All right, let's kick it off.
Okay. I need the price to go up. Like very soon. I can't take this anymore. I'm checking price and it is lower every hour. Check price, bet price. I can't take this anymore. I have over-invested by a lot. I need the price to go up already. Can they do something?
All right, as always, I'm running behind. So sue me. No, don't sue me. Sue the AMC pumpers. It's their fault. Everything is their fault. Let's see. We got a clown. We got clowns. Oh, so many clowns. Boy, I've never seen so many clowns in my life since that summer I worked at McDonald's. No, I never did, but let's see. I need a browser window. Where's the browser window? There it is. So we got about 9 minutes here, looks like, until the future's open. And boy, it's going to be one of those days on the connection, I guess. I don't know why. We got snow on the ground here. Maybe that's why. I mean, honestly, who needs anything better than a potato cam on Lou anyway?
Your Ape Nation, what's happening? Hey, I got to do this one real quick. All right, who is this big Puerto Rican nigga working for, bro? Who is this nigga working for, bro? Who is he working for? Y'all take a listen, bro.
A little twisted motherfuckers, listen. This goes out to the AMC Ape Army. I just finished doing a live chat, fucking around with everybody, and here's what I basically putting out there. Since we cannot get the numbers to get the upstream thing going effectively, at a certain point, something has to give. So, here's what I decided. When you guys see, this is my AMC family, when you guys see CRTD and GTII both run, because of the, let's face it, they're both going to be up on upstream. GTI is probably going to be first on upstream. CTRD is probably going to run first, just, but nonetheless, GTI, obviously, listen.
Just one question. What is upstream? What does he keep saying upstream?
I maybe can't save you in AMC, but remember, we're going to have other plays, and I can sure as hell make back your losses and possibly fulfill your dreams. And like always, I don't want a penny from it. So just remember, I still got my one AMC share.
I mean, that was a hard sell right there.
We're going to have other plays, and I can sure as hell make back your losses. And
I can make back your losses.
Possibly fulfill your dreams.
And possibly fulfill your dreams. And, as always,
I don't want a penny from it.
I don't want a penny from you. Wow, what a salesman. Damn.
Just remember, I still got my one AMC share, but at the end of the day, if we can't get millions of people to step in and go, all right, let's tag this shit, fuck AMC corporate, we're going to do it ourselves. We can't
fuck it, we'll do it live.
Let's keep moving. Can't lose. I'm not going to quit until we all win, so there you go.
All right.
So what's the problem, Billy?
So what short hedge fund sent you? What short hedge fund sent you, bro? Who you working for? Who are you an agent for? Is the Citadel? Is it Susquehanna? Like, who is it, bro? Who is it?
Must be somebody. Nobody would say this
Trying
stuff.
to get AMC retail investors to sell their shares at a loss.
Well, first of all, how do you know they'd be selling at a loss? You don't know where people bought in. You don't. You don't know where people bought in. Maybe, conceivably, this is true. Some people actually are sitting on a gain from AMC. So even those people don't sell. I mean, let's face it, the majority of people are sitting on major losses. But not everybody. And just because you're sitting on a loss and you're thinking about selling, I mean, maybe you don't want to lose everything. Maybe you don't want to lose everything. Maybe you want to salvage what you can. Um, or maybe you just want to sell and hey, it's your account. I was about to say they're your shares, but they're not. You don't own anything. You have a um, contractual conference of ownership rights. So, but that doesn't sound as cool. Doesn't sound as you can't make a catchphrase out of that. So they're your shares. The contractual ownership conference is to you. Uh, and whatever, we can't question people. Why are they doing whatever they're doing? No, because they want to. So whatever.
And jump into other quote unquote plays.
Just about any other play would be better than
Who sent you,
this.
bro? Now you guys see what we have been saying for months about
Huh?
this Puerto Rican guy from New York.
I mean, no, for months everybody was saying that they love Lou, and Lou's been right every step of the way, and everything that comes out, Lou already said months before. He was the market oracle, the wonder kid up north. I mean, but now for some reason he's being called, epithets that I'm not gonna repeat on my channel. Somebody else can say them. These trash idiots can say them on their channels. I'm not repeating it. Not because I don't think Lou's a grifter or a gonif, but that's one I'll use. Gonif. Bring some Yiddish in this bitch.
For months,
Model 3 dude.
he working for somebody, bro. And this
Good
is
evening.
confirmation right here. If you don't have that third eye,
Hmm?
then
You're fucked.
of course this is gonna make sense to you. But
Oh,
yeah, he working for somebody. He working for somebody, bro. He working for somebody. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it, man.
well, hopefully he is working for
Ain't no
somebody
ifs,
doing
ands,
something.
with his following and influence. For him to
Puerto Rican
say
guy
what
that
he
scams
just
the
said,
scammers. I mean, you got to respect that.
he is working for somebody up there in New York, guys. And mind you, he's a lot
Well,
closer to Wall Street than we are.
yeah,
He's had some secret
physically,
meetings with
yes.
somebody to put
God.
out some shit like that. And I don't listen to
Or
him
maybe
anymore,
it's just common sense. I don't know.
but for some reason, his video popped up in my algorithm. Talk about AMC and Ape Insurance.
That's conspiracy.
So I looked at it and heard
Make a
this
video about that.
fuckery. So yeah, guys, if you can't see it by now, I told you guys months ago to stop listening to this clown.
Oh, shut up. Only, you know what?
If you can't see it by now, man, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Only losers bitch and
I don't know
complain
what to
this
tell you, man.
much.
You're pretty much fucked in
Seriously.
this world. In
Only
this world,
fucking
you
losers
can't see it by now.
bitch and
You're fucked.
complain and scapegoat this much.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah.
somebody prove me wrong on that, but I don't see it. Only fucking losers, like people who are losing at whatever it is that they're trying to win, are gonna actually go this far. You know, it's like people who are guilty of a crime. Uh, who plead not guilty and they make up these elaborate and they have way too much detail, and you can tell they're lying um, because they're desperate and they're weak and they can't take responsibility for their actions. Yeah, that's this. Less than a minute here. Let's see. So I'm hoping for a gap up. Let's gap up. Yes, let's gap up. Let's gap up. Get the last spurts out of this thing for a little bit, and then may the music stop tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I got some other things to look at here in a minute. I mean, not much higher. Um, but I mean, again, we're seeing the NASDAQ in the upper left corner leading. NASDAQ, S&P, Dow. I don't have small caps on here, but there it is. It's up 21 basis points. So 28, 13, 9, 18, less about a third, you see what I'm getting at. But let's see. Antoinette, did the shorts cover? Yes. Then what are we talking about? Everything. But that was Ape Nation Will. You're quoting Phil for real. I would expect you not to mess that up, but eh. Uh, so let's see. When my dollar's on hourly, but we got, of course, the dollar going down. Of course. And about an unchanged VIX. Actually, a VIX. These are VIX futures. Okay, well, let's let that simmer for a minute. And let me come back over to the thing. Here, actually. Let's see. So, found some interesting stuff. So here's something that's interesting. Let me get it up here, and then I'll get it up here. Where the hell is it? Sorry, 5:45 came faster than I was anticipating it. Okay, here it is. So this is one of these. The SEC has these comments, or you can comment on proposed whatevers, uh, rules, and you can respond to them and stuff like that. That's what this is. It's a comment that was left by, I'm assuming, a retail investor on something. So read a bit of it here. All these complaints about short sales coming from those who do not understand how the market works. They're trying to blame every Wall Street professional, traders, market makers, and so on, for their losses on market. They'd better learn how to manage their own money. From a historical standpoint, regardless what short sellers had done, market kept on going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Everyone should realize that stocks in the long run go up and down, not because of short sellers, but due to money flow. Who has the biggest money pool? Correct. Institutional entities like mutual funds and the like. Short sellers may execute trades in and out, money in and out. whereas institutions can push the stock up or down for a long time, increasing position or decreasing it. Let those who complain see institutional holdings to figure out who pushes stocks. Even if shorts are trying to short stocks initially, how many times have they gotten squeezed? Who benefits from these squeezes? Right, individual investors. If stock is pressured to go down, then investors can buy it cheaper. If stock is getting squeezed up, it's even better for those who hold it. Only losers complain. Only losers complain. By the way, this comment is from 2003, November 18th, 2003. This person, Roman, left this comment for the SEC, 2003. Just thought that was interesting. Felt like it was a little bit relevant now, you know, because, yeah, stocks go up or down in the long run because of money flow. And who has the most money flowing? With institutions, yes, of course. But there is no Warren Buffett of short selling, really. Like short selling is not short and hold. Said that last year. It's not short and hold. It's short, make a profit and get out, and maybe short it again or go long or whatever. But it's a shorter term strategy, and so that money's coming in and out. In the long run, it's not affecting the valuation of the stock. Not to mention, you have the short sale that's offset by a long position that's created. It's not a synthetic position, but it is equity exposure that is countered by the short sale. Okay, so thought that was interesting. Let's see what else I got here. Oh, we're going to go to this video. So, man, here it is. So this channel is literally titled Disney Buys AMC. I don't know if you can see that, but I just got something in my eye. Ape tears. Disney buys AMC, 15 subscribers. So demand is so high for these hopium channels that they're still popping up. They're still popping up. New ones. I haven't watched this yet. We're gonna. Gonna try to anyway. Okay. Let's see if it works.
So why will Disney buy AMC theaters? Well, for those of you about to click off, I'll give you the answer right now. Disney can't afford not to buy AMC. Now, both of these brands, Disney and AMC, need to evolve.
Oh, dear. I mean, that's fine that it paused right there because, they can't afford not to buy AMC. Was that like one of these, like, it would be financially insane to buy anything other than a Tesla type things? Like, don't know how that's working out. No offense to any, body or thing, but statements like that, pretty subjective.
Yes, going to the movie, that movie experience needs to change, and also Disney needs to change, and I will go over that in the video. But another more sentimental reason why they should merge is every kid should meet Mickey Mouse, and we'll talk about that in the video. But first, let me just say in full disclosure, my name's Russell. I'm a Disney stockholder. I am also an AMC stockholder, and I'm a former Disney employee. Now, I haven't worked for the company since 2015. I scheduled commercials for them. I haven't talked to any of my coworkers from Disney in a couple years. I have no insider information. This is just my speculation as a former Disney employee and a fan of AMC. So these two brands,
Okay, looks like a good time to flip over to the futures. Let's see. Hmm. All right, looking pretty flat so far. Looking pretty flat so far. We're not pushing to highs. Okay, let's go over to my trading view charts for this. And we can look at a couple things. Okay. Okay. So SPY 396.10. Yeah, 396.10 would have closed on Friday. So according to Thinkorswim option chain, there is a, what is it? I already went away from it. About a $7.34 expected move for this coming week. Now, I put these lines on here last night, so they were based off a different value. So now we're looking at, well, we're not that far off, 403.44. So I'm adding that to the close price, subtracting it. And I already forget the amount it was, 734. So that gives us 388.76. So it changed a little bit. That's based on the options implied volatility. Okay. So then I have all these other lines on here. These lines are, the yellow lines are based on volume profile levels. So putting that on, scrolling back, trying to find levels that seem like they're important, or levels that have been hit but not tested, stuff like that. So go through and get those, and then that leaves me with this. So on Thursday, actually all week last week, but you know, certainly on Thursday and Friday, and Wednesday, uh, the market observed those levels pretty well. So you can see, and these lines were here before. In other words, the lines were there first, and the price action, did what it did. So Friday morning ran up to this line and bounced off of it, and then came back down this line and bounced off of it, and then sort of split the difference and mean reverted. And, so it's just kind of like blah, whatever. But so I got a few lines on there in each direction, some potential targets, and then just depending on which way it goes. Uh, so so we see a gap if it goes up, and maybe it'll run up to, well, probably won't run up that high. No, I mean, I don't know, but maybe it'll come up here and come down here and then bounce and do some sideways, and then maybe it'll come down here, So I'm going to be, for my trades, looking at these levels, see how they react at those levels. And then also, you can throw Fibonacci retracement on here, that kind of thing. No, that's no longer valid. Get this off here. We could do this. Go from down here up to here. And of course, I have magnets on. And we could see that, well, yeah, actually, indeed, we are coming off the 50% retracement. We're somewhere in between 618 and 786 here. But interesting how this observes these levels as well. So in concert, these things can work together. Give you maybe a picture. That Disney guy is retarded. Sure sounds like it. Sure seems like it.
Disney, I think they need to expand their reach, and AMC needs to evolve the theater experience from just going to see movies. And if they join together, it's going to be an amazing partnership. And I want to talk about another partnership
Probably
Disney
not.
had with Pixar and why
That does
Disney
not sound
bought
like an amazing partnership. I mean, I'm not going to lie. That nothing sounds amazing about that.
Pixar. I want to start this story with Michael Eisner.
Sounds like a Disney employee would say that. Yeah, I can
He
understand
was the
that.
Disney CEO from 1984 to 2005. Now, Eisner was very impressed with the digital computer animated shorts Pixar was making, and they entered a deal with them to make the first computer animated film, which was Toy Story, and it was a huge hit. So Disney and Pixar joined together in another contract to make a series of
First
films.
computer
And
animated
each of
film,
those films
really?
was hugely successful. Now, when they negotiated the first contracts, Disney had all the power. They had all the leverage. Pixar had yet to prove themselves. Well, now they had, with hit after hit after hit. And when they went to negotiate a long-term contract, Pixar was asking for a lot. And Michael Eisner thought it was too much. Disney had the right to make Toy Story films without Pixar. In fact, they had made plans to make a Toy Story 3 without Pixar involved. And Steve Jobs was so mad, he was going to leave Disney, period, and go to another studio. Well, Bob Iger, who was the heir apparent to Michael Eisner, they were both running the company, simultaneously at this point. And Bob Iger was at a park, and he saw a Disney parade go by. And all the new characters in the parade were from Pixar films. There were no new Disney characters. All the Disney characters were legacy characters because they hadn't had a hit film in so long. And it was in that moment that Bob realized he could not afford to let Pixar go. Disney had to have Pixar because the heart of Disney's business were these characters. It was these stories, and they couldn't afford to let that engine go to another studio, no matter what the price was. So whether it was a good deal or a bad deal, he needed a deal, period. So he went to Steve Jobs and got the deal to keep Pixar at Disney. Now, if you're thinking, well, if this is such a great idea for, Disney to own AMC, why didn't they buy AMC before? Why didn't they have movie theaters before? Well, the truth is movie studios used to have movie theaters. It's just...
Oh, yeah, they were... Yeah, there was a prohibition on it. Okay, let's see here. And yeah, Toy Story was the first full-length, fully animated feature film, computer animated feature film. Obviously, it had been used in other films, but entirely computer animated feature length, Toy Story was the first. So just making sure. Feel like I'm losing my windows here a lot today. I gotta clean some stuff up here. Massively unchanged. Let's see. Okay, that's better. Better on my end. And this totally stalled. The hell? It's a cool photograph, though. Dentists, plate specialist. W.C. Fields. I mean, I see where this guy's going with this stuff, but I mean, just logically doesn't seem to. What happened? What happened? Why does it look like that? Oh, ho, ho. Okay. I'm all out of whack here. Everything's
So
off.
why will Disney? So whether it was a good deal or
Yeah, they had to make the deal, right?
they had passed something called the Paramount Decree, and they made the movie studios divest the movie theaters. So for a long time, they couldn't own a movie theater, a studio couldn't. But then a couple years ago, a judge ended this, and there was a 2-year waiting period before a movie studio could buy a movie theater, and that 2-year waiting period is now over. So now legally, Disney could buy AMC theaters. Now there was a time when movie studios couldn't own a television network. But that law changed as well, and as soon as it did, guess what happened? NBC got Universal, CBS and Paramount merged, and Disney and ABC merged. So this has happened before, where two huge things, the producer of the product and the distributor of the product, end up merging together. Now Disney has a couple choices if they wanted to get.
That's what Netflix basically is. That's the way they produce I mean, not all of it, but they produce content and they distribute it. So what? So what? If I fail to see the relevance. All right. Sorry. Sorry, dude, but no.
Hey, what's up?
You had it. You had a chance. You took it. You swung and you missed. Good luck grifting on that. Let's see. Let's see here. All right. All right, Frankie, what do you
Up,
got?
this Frankie. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion. It may not necessarily be factual. Don't let what I say
May
in
not
this
necessarily
video
be
be the
informed.
determining factor as to whether you should buy, sell, or hold a stock. Do your own research. I'm just doing this video. It's gonna be real quick. I'm doing this video for new apes, individuals that just got in our short squeeze play. They don't really
Oh,
know what it's
God
all
help
about.
them.
Look,
God
Wall
help
Street,
them.
the one percenters, and the powers that be, they fear AMC and they fear our short squeeze
Oh,
play.
God.
They already know our short squeeze play is a beast.
They
They
already
already
know.
know. They already know they got to manage it because if it rip, it's going to be a lot of people, man. It's going to be hurt from our
Manage?
short squeeze play.
Oh, when I hear manage, I think of Lou. That's a Lou term. It's a managed event, remember?
A lot of one percenters. So that's the reason why I feel like, in my opinion, allegedly, they don't have any choice but to engage in stock market manipulation, criminal activity, and illegal naked showing, when they come to our short squeeze play because they got to try to control the play, and that's the only way they control it. That's the only way.
Yeah, not so much. Only losers complain. Only losers complain. And I'll read a little bit more in context. Even if the shorts are trying to short stocks initially, how many times have they gotten squeezed? Who benefits from these squeezes? Individual investors. If the stock is pressured down, then investors can buy it cheaper. If the stock is getting squeezed up, it's even better for those who hold it. So if the stock price goes down and you're not holding it, it gives you an opportunity to buy it lower. If the stock price goes up and you are holding it, then you can sell at a higher profit, right? So the only people complaining are people that bought it at a high price and the stock price went down, or people who are short selling it and the stock price is going up. Well, that doesn't apply here. So yeah, only the losers complain.
Way they can control it.
Frankie, I'm
See,
looking at you.
we can't really see what's going on behind closed doors, behind the
Why?
scene with our short squeeze play. But they can see it. And see, trust me, for them, it's frightening. That's why they managing our stock. Everything that you see right now about AMC, as well as the datas and the figures, all of it is fake. It's not real. And
All of
see,
it's
they've
fake.
never seen a short squeeze play like this before. And I
What?
doubt if any of us will see a short squeeze play like this again in our lifetime. And see,
Yeah,
when everything that they doing,
you won't see a short squeeze play like you saw last summer again. That's probably true. I mean, what is this guy talking about? They've never seen they've never seen anything like this. They're scared. They're managing it. I mean, okay, we get it. That's what you think. Where is the proof? Where is the proof? Oh, Benzinga came out with a negative article. Oh, yeah, no, that's not proof. Where's the proof? Where's the actual evidence? Or what does the actual evidence point to? And when you start asking that question, which everybody should anyway, where does the evidence lead? I understand what people want to be true. I understand what people's bias is leading them towards believing. Yeah, we understand that. That's why I don't allow brain dead apes to come in here and spout off and proselytize their bullshit AMC MOAS talking points. We know all of that. We've heard it for over a year. You have dozens of channels where you can go comment and say that shit, and people will basically line up to kiss your ass. Not here. Not here. I don't need to hear it again. I've heard all of it. I've heard all of it. I fact checked all of it. It's all false. It's all false. Uh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Nothing like, you know, Frankie Mohammed to clear out a live stream. AMC triggered, managed to lose. He's acting. At this point, he has to be. No one is that stupid. I don't know, man. I don't know, Antoinette. I don't know. Oh, come on. You know that there's men out there that are this dumb, this childish, this unwilling. Yeah. Oh, come on. Like, you don't know that there are members of the male persuasion and female. I'm not, I'm not sexist, but I'm just saying, in this case, he's a man. Men, this dude, he's a man child. He is a man child, and he found a way. He found a way not to make more counterfeit AMC shares. No, no, he didn't find that way. He found a way to feel good about himself and about the situation, and that is, he has a megaphone. Now he can try to influence others, which is the exact opposite of what should be happening, right? Uh, the least informed people. I mean, this is crazy. The least informed people are the ones with the loudest megaphones. I mean, I don't have much of a megaphone. I've been at this for over a year, talking about this, looking at it from an evidence-based standpoint. And it's like we barely get above the noise. These idiots come on here and say what everybody wants to hear, instantly popular. Sounds like I'm jealous, doesn't it? But then I get comments I still get comments um like this here. Apparently you haven't watched any market news channels. They've all been saying it's AMC's investors' fault for all the BS going on. Oh, really? Uh, see, Model 3 dude gets it. What the hell are you talking about? No, no, they did not say that. Uh, Also, you're a sad little man. Bitrex has a lot to do with it. Do your fucking homework. What's your goal, dipshit? If we are wrong, please tell me why you give a shit. Move along. Does this make you feel good? Again, beat it, dipshit. Ronnie Smith. I mean, why? 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 You're telling me to move along from my channel? Ronnie, like, this is beyond juvenile. You don't like what I'm saying, you know, feel free to watch another channel. This just makes me realize, well, I mean, it used to. I don't care anymore because, whatever. We're on this path now. But this is the kind of shit that makes it all worthwhile, to be honest. It really is because only a loser, only a fucking loser would react this way. You're a sad little man. What's your goal, dipshit? Move along from your own channel. Does this make you feel good? No, it doesn't make me feel good. In fact, I already have a very, pretty pessimistic outlook on the world, seeing all of the fucking dipshit idiots who put content on YouTube every day, and arguably the fucking even stupider ones like Ronnie Smith, who eats the shit up to the point where he, by proxy goes out, you know, doesn't watch anything I do, but just insults me. That does that make me feel good? No, it doesn't. It makes me, you know, pretty goddamn even more pessimistic about how uninformed people are. It's not a good sign. And who likes to see people get swindled? Who likes to see people get taken advantage of by grifters? I certainly don't. The goal was never to save anybody. The goal was just to provide a counterbalance of information that actually tries to be evidence-based. These are the idiots who, with knowing nothing, deny that the pandemic was killing people, deny that masks work, refuse to get vaccinated with knowing no information. That is these people. That is how those people act. It's the only thing I can come. That's the only conclusion I can come to. If you are unwilling to look at any evidence in one area, probably unwilling to look at other evidence in other areas too, because you know everything, right? You know everything. You studied microbiology at Princeton and got your medical degree at Rice. I mean, it's just, it never, 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 never gets old. AMC to the moon, and you know it. Don't know who you're working for, but we see right through you. Anyway, if AMC is so bad, why would you waste your time on an hour plus video to convince us otherwise? makes no sense if you don't have an agenda. I mean, and look at this narcissism that's in this comment. It really is grandiose narcissism on display with these idiots. If AMC is so bad, why would you waste your time on an hour-plus video to convince us otherwise? So the assumption being, I'm doing this to somehow change idiots like Ronnie Smith's mind about this? Bruh, like everything isn't about you and your delusional beliefs. Everything isn't about somebody, trying to fuck up what you got going on, which, by the way, is a whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing. And I responded, here, basically saying what I'm saying. And it looks like they responded. Scott Allen, you don't care, huh? Well, with the brain dead content you put out, it sure sounds like you care. If you're not in it, why waste time on these videos? Oh, that's right. YouTube money, because unless you talk about AMC, folks don't view your worthless content. Understand? Of course you do. Okay? You want to know? You want to know how that's, look, I'll show you. I don't care. Check it out. Let's do the past 365 days. Estimated revenue $83. $83. And I started this channel, well, and that's only really since August. That's when they allowed me to put ads, monetized ads, which is off, by the way. It's turned off. It's not on currently. So just this period here, $83, which is estimated. So yeah, I'm doing it for the YouTube money. Clearly, I'm doing it for the YouTube money. Or we could look at, the content here. Views. My highest video has 2,000 views. 2,000 views. These clowns get 2,000 views in 3 hours. Fucking come in here and tell me I'm doing this for the YouTube money. Oh, what a joke. No. Obviously, I'm not doing it for the YouTube money. If, wow, I'm sitting on a total estimated revenue of $83. Yeah. Yeah. That might be a lot of money to Ronnie. It's just, you can't make this shit up. It's crazy. All right.
Behind closed doors, reveal itself and manifest itself, and the hedge funds and short sellers are forced to close out their position. Man, it's gonna be devastating for hedge funds and short sellers. But for
Probably
actual
not.
retail investors, it's
Probably
gonna be
not.
life changing. And just look at it like this. Over almost a 2-year period, you done had 5 to 10 million apes just dump money into AMC. We
5 to 10 million apes? We don't know that. The only number that we know, and it's a number that was said, but again, there's really no proof for that either, is 4.1 million. That's what Adam Aaron said last year. Last year, when everybody had money, when there was plenty of funny money around for everybody, 4.1 million. Now, suddenly, somehow it's 5 to 10 million, and nobody has money. And credit card debt is at all-time highs. So again, you have to provide evidence if you want anybody, who's got more than 2 years of experience in the stock market to listen to what you're saying.
We've never had a real squeeze at all. They've traded our float over 29 times.
So
it's billions of synthetic shares out there. You see what I'm saying? And they had to trade the float that many times, and they had to have that many synthetic shares out there because it's no way
doesn't
for the
even make
1%ers
sense.
to compete with 5 to 10 million retail investors
Oh yeah,
when
what?
they make a decision to go into one stock like that.
I mean, how ignorant. I mean, this guy has to have a learning disability or something. Like, There is no way that you could be a rational adult and say the shit that he's saying. This is stuff that kids would say. Like he talks about the 1%. I mean, I'm not going to pull up, demographic charts and population, income population correlations and things like that. But when we're talking about like less than 1%, we're talking about half a percent or quarter of a percent, the top wealth holders. And he thinks that 5 to 10 million poor people, bag holders, people with one or two stocks in their shitty portfolios on Robinhood mean anything to the top, or at all able to affect any pressure at a time when nobody has any money, when credit card debt is at all-time highs, savings accounts are at all-time lows, worst inflation in 40 years. Last I checked, it was the working class and poor that get hurt more by inflation, not the 1%, the top half percent, top quarter percent. So I don't know what the fuck this guy is smoking or whatever, but the fact that he said this is for new apes, for new people who haven't listened to me spew nonsense for months and months and months, this is the last thing that a new investor in any stock needs to hear. It's bullshit, excuses, lies, misinformation, and quite frankly, he belongs in jail.
They can't compete with us unless they engage in stock market manipulation, criminal activity, and illegal naked shorting. So they couldn't compete with us in AMC. So that's why they had to continue to trade the float over and over again. That's why you've seen what you've just seen, as far as the whole FTX scam. How they were saying that, they was using
I did
crypto
say, bruh.
and FTX to short our stock in AMC. And they said the devil, might have had something to do with it because there's no way for them to compete with us. So you got
that makes no sense.
Our float has been traded over 29 times. It's probably 15 to 20 billion or more synthetic shares out there. So when our play squeeze, it can't help but be epic. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, why
And I
would
heard about the
retail
Elton John thing.
investors
What the
and
hell?
apes? I mean, if you look at any short squeeze play that you get out there, it's inferior to AMC. Any short squeeze play out there. So why would the apes and why would the retail investors?
AMC isn't even a short squeeze play. Like, that's the ultimate irony here. It's not a short squeeze play. 100,000 shareholders left. Credit cards maxed out by March. There's something mentally wrong with him. TMI's sex dungeon. Ugh. Cards will be maxed out by December 24th, and bankruptcies will be up in January. We got an ape here. Don't you? I mean, don't have to do anything. You can let him lurk there. He's not hurting anybody. Frankie's intellect is inferior. How can the shorts be squoze if they are only at risk of taking profits now? Well, right. That's the risk. Is that shorts will take profits on shit stocks, and they have been.
Leave AMC, which is a stock that's going to bring the biggest transfer of wealth to retail investors.
I mean,
just to go to another short squeeze play.
The irony there is that transfer has already happened, and it's literally the opposite of what he thinks it's going to be. That's crazy. Like, he said it's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth from Wall Street to retail investors. And in reality, the massive transfer of wealth already happened from retail meme stock degenerate gamblers to Wall Street. So, I mean, you can't make this shit up.
We're not that stupid, man. We ain't gonna do that. And see, Shields, mainstream media, and hedge funds, they will have you to think that things have changed when it come to our short squeeze play. But ain't nothing changed. We still buying and holding. We still diamond handed. We still gonna crush hedge funds. We still gonna get rich. And we here to make sure that even
Sure doesn't sound like he believes it. I mean, I'm not really feeling the conviction, to be honest with you. Despite what he's saying, I'm hearing a man who is trying to convince himself that he's not wrong. And I mean, that's just sad. I mean, not in the like, oh, it's so sad, but it's just, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. When is he going when are these people going to realize? I don't know. I don't care either because there's always a Ronnie waiting around the corner, and you can bet your bottom dollar when if AMC stock, what is it now, 750, something like that. I don't know, whatever it is. 759. If it happens to go over $8, oh my God, they're going to be right there. See, you were wrong. Yeah, 61 cent squeeze. That's what everybody came for, 61 cents. So they can't be wrong. They're grandiose narcissists, a lot of them. And it compounds because of the social aspect. It's quite dangerous. It's dangerous. People want to know, hey, Scott, why don't you show your face? Why don't you use a camera? Quite frankly, I'm a bit concerned for my personal safety. I am, because the pattern of irrationality has been shown. I don't want somebody, hunting me or my family down. That's the sad reality of it. And also, it's, because it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, what I'm saying, what I talk about is the important thing, not what I look like, not what anybody looks like or what environment they're in. A lot of these people probably shouldn't be using cameras for that reason. Then you wouldn't be able to be distracted by Trey's cat or his eye patch or whatever bullshit medical condition he appears to have, or his big black dildo sitting on the dresser. You could just listen to how ridiculous he sounded and just gauge it off of that. But no, 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 no. Did anybody notice as it went on too last year and even into this year, everybody's camera setup got way better. Everybody got better microphones and microphone boom stand, this boom desk mount boom microphone stands, and everybody got lighting and these crazy gaming chairs and shit. Yeah, that's because they made money as the apes continued to bleed. I mean, that alone to me, like you look at the video quality of these clowns from May of 2021 versus May of 2022, it is a sea change. Transfer of wealth happened already.
even the beta ape, I don't care if they got 2 or 3 shares, they're gonna get paid. It's just that simple. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.
Catalyst for bankruptcies. Okay, so this is our play. Well, that's my play. Maybe he came in after I said, you got dozens of channels where you can go spew that nonsense. Nobody's here to be convinced of anything. Either way, um, so, I'm not going to give that person the benefit of the doubt, but, you can try again. But, Popcorn in stores is going to save AMC, right? Hann, just like the investment. I mean, it's crazy also that uh, I could count on one hand the number of times anybody has actually tried to have a reasoned argument or actually, an adult discussion the proper way about this. It's all this clownery or who do you work for or all that shit that Ronnie said in the comment. Why would you care about what I do with my money? Yada yada yada. Is that on there? This. Um, Probably not on here anymore because I already responded to it. But yeah, sad little man. What's your goal? If we're wrong, please tell me why you give a shit. I mean, imagine if people in general had this attitude about everything, about other things. If person A believes something, they believe the world's flat, okay, and then some asshole, some dipshit comes along and says, you know what though, it's probably not flat, it's probably a sphere, and I think we can probably show that. And person A then goes and says, well, but if we're wrong, why do you fucking care? Why do you give a shit? I mean, imagine if that's the attitude that people had. Would we? I mean, it blows my mind. It just blows my mind. But sounds like something somebody named Ronnie Smith would fucking say, doesn't it? At this point, at this stage in the game, all of the technological advancement, all of the uh, failures and everything that's gotten us to this point as a society, so that Ronnie fucking Smith, can sit there, you know, in his lazy boy, wearing his wife beater, and basically just say I'm an idiot, I'm stupid, I don't know anything, and I don't care. Like that makes him feel good. Obviously, I just just doesn't make sense. Why waste time on these videos? YouTube money. Hmm. Unless you talk about AMC, folks don't view your worthless content. I mean, that's funny because nobody views my worthless content anyway. Comparatively, my highest views is like 2,000 something. New York Angelo got over 5,500 views in 5 hours. But Scott Allen is the one who's doing this for money. I mean, like it's there's no logic. There definitely learning disabilities involved with some of these people. There is just so much compound failure, and that's not a judgment. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just being objective. These people lost a lot of money, but they haven't realized it yet. It's not real until you take the loss. So let's see what was so great 5 hours ago that 5,600 people have already watched it from New York Angelo. After you look at the futures again, massively unchanged, still massively unchanged. And I don't care. Ronnie, there's for every one Ronnie that leaves comments like that, I know there's dozens behind them, and they're like cockroaches. You can ban them or whatever. You can delete their comments. I don't even bother anymore, unless it's in the YouTube chat, um, because it's just annoying and distracting. I bring out the trolls. Yeah. Ronnie's a lumberjack and he's okay. Nice. AMC would be headed to bankruptcy if Amazon is losing money. Why does AMC think they will continue to sell movie tickets? Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. They're going to have more discount days. I mean, 2 for 1. Bring in your coupon. I mean, boy, that's absurd. Ronnie's a weenie. Triggered again. Ronnie needs to come to the chat. Yeah, come on to the chat. We won't ban you. They're mad because you're putting out the truth. You're prohibiting them from recruiting new bag holders so they can get some exit liquidity. Deal with the losses, apes, aka suckers. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people I've prevented or anything like that, but I mean, there just has to, it is absolutely crazy that in this day and age,
So New York Stock
now, that when you look up AMC, that this is what you get. This is what you get. All this bullshit. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. At least on Twitter, there are people, and Reddit even, there are people that you can readily find that are saying something other than this narrative. On YouTube, this is it. My videos don't even come up in these search results. You have to search specifically for it. So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It paints the wrong picture. It's still not an excuse. Look, here's another old clip, probably. Let's see if it is.
We have a new snippet from Adam Aaron on Fox News.
Oh, look.
And
Benji has a new fucking dumbass channel called Stock Market Madness. Same old dumbass Benji. Same old dumbass Benji. Jesus Christ. I mean, if there ever was a picture of a sad boy who decided to be an AMC grifter, it's fucking Benji. I mean, just listen to his voice. He even sounds pathetic. It's like he knows he knows this shit isn't true. Listen.
We have a new snippet from Adam Aaron on Fox News.
Sad boy.
Clapping back, listen to what he says.
This company, it's a 24/7 passion, and the obsession that some at Fox Business News have about our stock sales in 2021 seems to be misplaced. What we ought to be talking about is what are we going to be doing to save this company, to give it a proud second century of operation, as proud and successful as it was in the first century of operation.
Adam, thank you.
I went Zen since
as it was in the first century of operation.
Adam, thank you.
I went Zen since Ape, but I have some
618.
questions
I mean,
after
I guess
all of
that's
this. These are some fair questions.
recent.
Let's go through them. Why is Ape been
More recent than I thought it would be.
despite apparently the T+0? Why is there never a share count? Why is there no margin calls? How many catalysts failed? If the whole system is rigged, why would they ever allow it to pop? Why hasn't Credit Suisse gone down?
Credit Susie.
If all this craziness doesn't cause the buying pressure needed to cause a squeeze like last year, what the heck will? It shouldn't have tanked this much at a cheap price. How far into the market crash does it take? I feel like we're already deep into it. Why hasn't HYMC popped
Oh,
since
yeah?
we found gold and silver? These are all super good questions.
I mean, no, they're not good questions. They're terrible questions. They're the kind of questions that somebody asks, like on the level of when I lose money in the stock market, where does that money go? That's the level of sophistication that these questions hint at. It is, and this might be Pecorino Romano. What a name. That's somebody that needs to listen to another opinion. You know, you listen to the same shit over and over and over, and they're telling you one thing: you're rich already. You know, we've already won. Don't worry about it. And then back in the real world, the brokerage account is basically at zero, and it does not appear that you're winning. And you know, yeah, sometimes you know you still might win, but sometimes, probably more times, you're not going to win when you're in that situation. So maybe it's time to at least listen to something else, Ronnie. Like, what's the harm? If nothing else, if people honestly listen to another viewpoint, and in their heart of hearts, they honestly say that they cannot see any other viewpoint that makes sense, then I think there's two or three possibilities. They have a learning disability, you know, they're being paid to say what they're saying, or they're just honestly less intelligent, or they have such a strong bias that they, you know, or so much money tied up in it, or whatever. But we've had plenty of people who say, "Yeah, I own AMC shares. I believe the squeeze is going to happen." Come in here and say, "You know what? You make really good points. That makes a lot of sense what you're saying. You haven't convinced me." To which I say, "I'm not trying to convince you, but you see what happens when you actually follow the evidence. Sometimes, usually, most of the time, it it leads you to something that's true." Anyway, Benji, what a clown. What a fucking clown. AMC apes are the sovereign citizens of investors. Yep. Benji is a punk ass. He sounds like a little bitch. He's being a little bitch. I mean, he is. He sounds like a miserable sack of shit. Literally. Like, and he used to show he now this is funny. He used to show his face. He used to use a camera. You got to go back to the original Benji channel, and you got to go way back to way before AMC and all this, because his channel's been around for a while. But anyway, yeah, he used to have a camera. Then he started talking about AMC, and well, I guess he doesn't want his face associated with it. I guess he doesn't have that much conviction. Oh, funny how that works. And then other grifters, see, he followed that approach. Other grifters like Roensch Capital, he went the other way. Started out no camera, shitty mic, got a better mic, then went with camera. There's a path for every grifter. Every grifter can have his own path. It's quite interesting. I had a request to look at extreme gains. That was on a comment from when I was looking at comments earlier. So we'll look at that. All right.
That are going to the New York Stock Exchange. Usually, if they hit New York Stock Exchange, they will be executed through the lit market, right? But now, New York Stock Exchange will put a system into place which will redirect when the orders hit the New York Stock Exchange. These orders will be redirected to the wholesalers. Essentially, just think about the latency. You're sending the orders to the guy on New York Stock Exchange to be executed, but the guy is actually spreading the orders towards market.
Oh yeah, it's the latency.
So on and so forth.
Dude, the latency is not why you fucking suck at trading. I mean, I can't be any clearer. The latency is irrelevant to the fact that you're buying the wrong fucking stock. Holy shit. They want to blame everything in the world. Oh, it's my ping. I have a high ping. That's why. No, it's not. It's not why. And by the way, this is bullshit what he's talking about. He's talking about market orders. Apes don't use market orders. Are you crazy? They don't use fucking market orders. They should, but they don't. Use limit orders. They're so worried about getting that good price in. Apes are stock necrophiliacs. Oh boy. Yeah. Angelo's such a grifter, he can't even speak anymore. Same with Al. Same with Al. I mean, terrible. Apes hate money. This guy's a huge fraud. AMC squeeze play. What squeeze play?
Which essentially could think that, you know, some people might benefit from it big time. Not only that they will see the flow, they see that there's a million orders coming from this particular stock and they can front run you, but on top of that they can actually execute through the completely non-favorable wholesaler. They can execute
non-favorable wholesaler. What makes them non-favorable? Like, this is straight up fucking propaganda. Straight up fucking retardation. And I know this won't happen because these guys at the end of the day are inconsequential. I mean, 42,000 subscribers, big fucking whoop. That's nothing. That's nothing. But in reality, probably is defamation what a lot of these guys are saying because it's just wrong. Now, whether they know it or not, I think a lot of them are ignorant, fall more under negligence probably. But either way, you know, he has absolutely no justifiable reason to be painting wholesalers, quote unquote, in this negative light, because it's all based on just this misguided belief. It's not understanding the role and function of different players in the market. Squeeze the apes accounts dry. You are against AMC. Why the hate, man? Not hate. I hate these influencers. I hate the AMC grifters because they have lied to you. They have convinced you that they're right with using no facts. That's what I hate. I hate the fact that you, the AMC apes, are so easily convinced that you don't even ask for proof. You don't even ask for proof. You just take the assumption as fact. That is, that's wrong. That's why the apes are losing most, if not all, of their money. And I hate the fact that there is no, to speak of, presence of anybody on YouTube who's saying anything other than the brain dead narrative that AMC will squeeze. Chart is setting up to squeeze. You guys have been saying that for over a year. Why would that happen now? Chart is setting up to squeeze. You have no idea what a fucking chart setting up to squeeze even fucking means. Okay? You're just parroting shit that you heard Rico say. Like, how fucking sad is that? You are literally reparroting bullshit that Rico and Al from Boston have said. Chart is setting up to squeeze. Congratulations. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. Chart was setting up to squeeze. Oh, yeah. What about here? The chart was setting setting up to squeeze here. What happened? Oh, prime. Chart was setting up to squeeze here. What happened? Chart was setting up to squeeze there. What happened? Oh, but this time is it, right? This time is it. Go fuck yourself. That bullshit. I mean, I don't know if that person actually believes that. If you believe that, whatever, whatever. But and don't turn it around with why hate, why hate. You know, if I want to hate you, it's my goddamn fucking right. Okay. First of all, this is my channel. If you don't like it, fucking leave. Okay. You you have nothing. You have no facts. You have nothing. You have a shitty opinion. You listen to fucking retarded influencers who filled your head with nonsense. And then when anybody says anything else, why do you hate it? Why hate? Why the hate? Scared? Why would I be scared? Why would I be scared? Like, and there it is, you are a fucking loser. You are a fucking loser. Okay? Just admit the fact that you lost. Admit the fact that you lost, and then you can at least be honest. You might still be a loser, but at least you be an honest loser. No, fucking sore fucking loser who can't accept it. Can only look at things one way. Well, we won't have to worry about you. I could say this with confidence. We won't have to worry about that idiot next year. We won't. This time next year, most of these people will be gone. Most will be gone. Okay, now let me go back here because Al is a fucking muppet. Al is more of a fool than TMI. Yeah, and scared of what? What the fuck would I be scared of? I have no stake in anything. No stake. And like, it doesn't even, why does that even matter? Well, it matters because the influencers, I don't believe that they have a stake in this, most of them, yet. And also adding to that, they probably don't have a stake in it because they haven't, that's not how they make their money. Clearly, they do make money. They've made a lot of money, and it hasn't been on AMC. It's been telling you that AMC is going to make you a lot of money. How fucked up is that? These idiots believe people that are sitting there getting rich telling them that they are going to get rich. And then when and then everyone else, anybody else is hateful, is, you're the victim. What? Like, what is it? Is this like fucking take your child to stock market day or some shit? Take your children to the stock market year. Fucking COVID fucking stimulus. Like not most 90% of these people would not be anywhere near the market if it weren't for COVID. And check your P&L, right? The apes will be non-existent. They are on the precipice of non-existence. Down 80%, and he says that we're the scared ones. I know, right? Like, you can't make that shit up. Like, it's like I've said this before, like little kids, you know, uh, intentionally defy adults or teachers or whoever, right? That's like what this is. This is like a toddler literally doing the thing that the parent says not to do just because they were told not to do it. That's what this is. That's all it is. It's oppositional defiance. And probably, yes, probably some learning disabilities. Came in this chat loud and wrong. Yep. For a year straight, for a straight year, that plus they have been continuously wrong. 100% of the time they've been wrong. TMI, in the mirror before you come in here, we deal with reality and facts. And, you know, even if people are, for whatever reason, bullish on a stock, you know, if in like a valid, okay, let me rephrase. If somebody is bullish on a stock, any stock, not AMC, but any stock, any hypothetical stock. You know, they don't have to prove to me why they think have a long-term outlook. It doesn't matter to me, but also they can't expect me to feel the same way. Now, they might be able to present some evidence, and I might look at it, and I might come to the same conclusion. Maybe. Chances are I probably won't look at it because I don't care, and they're probably wrong because a lot of times people are wrong. But anyway, the point is their investment, that's their thing. My investment, my thing. Everybody's got their own things that they're doing for whatever reason because they think this or that, right? But the thinking this or that, like in a legitimate world, legitimate sense, is based on some kind of data. Like I looked at this and I think that, it appears that the market is underpricing this because of this, and there's this other concern, and there are reasons. And so if somebody did ask me, well, why are you bullish on that? You could say, all right, well, check this, look at this chart here, look at this. I put this together. There are concrete reasons, not just, oh, well, somebody told me, or, oh, the chart looks like it's setting up for a squeeze. I mean, that is the most meaningless fucking thing you could say. The the chart, which all it shows is the past price history. Somehow the past price history is telling you that it's going to go up by thousands of percent in the near future. I don't think so. Not how it works. Manny thinks Dungeon is a fake troll. Could be. Sounded like Frankie, but the it'll have a better effect if I type it out. But the capitalization was all wrong for it to be Frankie. Got to go with all first letter capitalized. I see this guy on TMI stream begging for the name. Roll call just to hear TMI say his name. A lot of them are pathetic loners. They just crave to be accepted. Yeah, basically. And those are already the kind of people that would basically troll, and not troll, low quality content, troll somebody who is just spewing nonsense. No, they're the kind of people that would go into a serious discussion and act like a child, essentially. That's what you got here. That's what you got. Okay.
Actually
God,
betting against this particular stock, and this is all happening on the New York Stock Exchange. It's not happening on some crazy hedge fund or
we talked about that
trading systems
market
by
order
bots
auction
or
thing
computer rooms
before.
This will happen if it's approved from the SEC on the New York Stock Exchange. And to show you how real and crazy this actually is, we're gonna go
it's not
towards
crazy.
some of the paragraphs in this statement, in this filing. Look at this. What is the purpose according to this filing? The directed order, as further defined below, would be an order sent to the exchange to be routed directly to an alternative trading system. So it's not like New York Stock Exchange doesn't get the idea that potential harm could have for the people who are trading, 5, 10, 100 shares on the market. It's not like New York Stock Exchange is going after, profits or collecting more fees without considering something wrong doing or wrong happening on the market. They're actually putting the wrong thing straight into the filing, which is...
Or not, or maybe you don't know what the wrong, quote unquote, wrong thing is. Maybe your entire conception of what off exchange trading is wrong. That's more likely to be true. In fact, I would say that is true. Mr. Dungeon is most likely 16 to 18 years old, listening to another 16 to 18-year-old. Yeah. And I mean, just think, add a few years to that, and then you got Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, essentially, crazy, crazy. And we know that everything's fucked up when we have people whose YouTube algorithms are giving them this selection of videos here, right? Fastest serve at Wimbledon, tennis, Scott Allen, cats, Ken Griffin Citadel just bought Mullen stock. Mullen. That's funny. At least I'm ahead of Mullen in that. I'll take that. Okay.
You know, we're not gonna execute your order. Instead, we're gonna send your order, we're gonna route your order to the wholesalers, people who are pros in this. And who might be these people? Well, you can think about Jane Street, you can think about Virtue Finance, you can think about Citadel, you can think about Susquehanna, right? You can think about many different wholesalers, the big players.
So what?
So, according to this indirectly statement and filing, you realize that New York Stock Exchange is saying, we're not so good in executing orders, so let's leave this job for somebody else. Again, everything is for money, guys. They're gonna be most likely collecting some premiums from these wholesalers, which will oversight everything that Gary Gensler said about the way how orders are executed. I don't know what New York Stock Exchange is talking about, especially when Gary Gensler last year said that 90% of the orders on the market are not executed on the open market. What else New York Stock Exchange is fighting for? Is New York Stock Exchange fighting for 100% of these orders actually to be executed off the
36 years
I don't
old.
know. But this is extremely,
Wow.
extremely.
I mean, this is a troll. I mean, I'm not that much older than 36, and I can tell you that most people my age have no fucking clue, about the economy, about finance, about anything having to do with money. But you know, talking about all these meme stocks are about to squeeze. Let's debate. I have no interest in debating somebody. You know, I asked you before, what's you know, what proof do you have for any of this stuff? Let's start with that. You throw out some actual proof, some data, you know, for any of the claims that you're making, and then we'll go from there. But no, timing me out. You scared. Scared. Like, here's what needs to happen. You need to just fucking listen. Either listen or not. We're not going to entertain, oh, Bed Bath and Beyond is going to squeeze. Trust me, bro. That's why Ryan Cohen sold his shares, because he cares about us. Show my proof. Go back and watch my videos. Go back and watch my streams. And by the way, it's not even my fucking responsibility. It's not even my responsibility. It is the responsibility of somebody making a goddamn claim to show proof that claim is true. Okay? That's how it works. And I've taken it upon myself to evaluate whatever proof supposedly is given, which is there is none that's valid, and looked at it and said, no, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, I went through all this last night. Was it last night or no? It was Friday night. I think it was Friday night. There was a fellow in here who was, actually respectful and asked questions, and I addressed the questions, and then ultimately it basically turned into, yeah, let me tell you everything that's wrong with this narrative. And I never claimed to know everything about stocks, but you know nothing about them. So that's the difference. I don't claim to know everything. I'm curious and I'm resourceful and I look things up. You just say, oh, MMAT is the next to squeeze. Let's debate. Show your proof. Like, no, not interested. Okay. Because first of all, never said I know everything about stocks. Oh, here we go. FTDs in the millions and dark pool trades making up 80% or better of all trading volume. Well, okay. Um, I mean, you know what's funny? Here's what's funny. I mean, literally 80% or better of all trading volume, dark pool. Well, Friday was 53%, buddy. Okay. And just so you don't get confused, these are all exchanges here. Okay. These are all exchanges. This is off exchange. That's the line you're talking about. Um, that's not 80%. It's never been 80%. Uh, the 30-day volume off exchange average is 52%. So that's wrong. What else? FTDs in the millions. I mean, the apes don't even understand what FTDs are, first of all. I mean, like it's not a problem, but no, not in the millions. The last reported data is about 500,000. And, this shows that they, basically are closing them out. So, no, that's wrong too. Sorry. The fact that Citadel is a market maker, a broker dealer, and somehow has its own clearinghouse, it's not a conflict of interest. Um, maybe it's a conflict of interest. Uh, but I mean, again, proof non-existent. I mean, the fact the fact that one entity has multiple different revenue streams. The only reason that points to fraud and whatever crime in the ape's mind is because they're on the wrong side of this trade. I mean, that's the bottom line here. It's never been 80. My guy, I've seen it in the high 90s. You just blatantly lied. No, um, not end of day numbers. Maybe you saw somebody posted on Reddit, which, by the way, they like to add this number and some of these numbers to make it higher. I mean, well, thank you, Model 3 dude. But you know, no, it's never been 90% in terms of an end of day. Now, some it's conceivable that a big order comes in right at the beginning of the day and it's all, off exchange and there hasn't been a lot of on exchange yet. So if you snap the screenshot at the right moment, sure, but that's not valid. It's not it changed instantly after that. And you got to look at the end of day numbers. That's the only thing anybody cares about. It's never been 90 fucking percent. That's a fucking lie. Fucking lie. Yeah, it took less than 1 minute. I mean, seriously. And this stuff debunks itself. Like, literally. Like this Matt lags. I mean, well, Model 3 dude deleted it, but Yeah. Like, this is how pathetic these guys are. This is what he said. It's never been 80%. My guy, I've seen it in the high 90s. You just blatantly lied. And maybe he did see that on Reddit, but I don't care because that's wrong. Doesn't fucking matter. It's just fucking wrong. Yeah, TMI, hit the like button, you troll, and everybody else. AMC ran so much out of steam that your channel is one of the few that apes find today, which is crazy because I don't find it on the search results. It doesn't come up. It's weird. I just, you know, Angelo can go fuck himself. So can Frankie. Okay, this extreme gains. These two idiots are a perfect example of how uneducated and gullible these apes are. That was sad and pitiful. Yep, channel is lit tonight. Yeah, I guess so. There's a parachute. Probably gonna need it. Oh, speaking of parachutes, here we go. It's still massively unchanged. Yeah, pretty much. Massively unchanged. So we have Fed meeting minutes on Wednesday, right? Let's look at the calendar. Look at the dollar. So you know, gotta love it. Yeah, we got the dollar going up, and we got equities going up. Sure. Minute that dollar starts to go down, boy, equities shoot up. I mean, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's not even worth trying to figure out, but that however that works, however the dollar arbitrage trading works, boy, I fucking hate it because it's skewed to the upside. I say it's skewed to the upside. It's supposed to be a 1-to-1 change. Well, and I understand there's other trading happening other than the arbitrage on the dollar, but it's pretty goddamn suspect when anytime the dollar goes down even slightly, oh, the equities pop up. Anytime the dollar shoots up, big, huge candles, oh, equities, you know, trickle up a little bit. And then the dollar inevitably falls again and equities shoot back up. It's fucking bullshit. Stupid. Unless, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot I don't understand about it. That's the difference. But, you know, I've tried to look it up. I've tried to get information on it. Not a lot of great information. It happens in a fucking black box somewhere. What can you do? All right. Extreme gains. And by the way, no, you don't see boss blunts too much. Because fucking phase 6 is a piece of shit. So is the fucking executive order. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. Buy his hats, buy his mugs, buy his custom rolled blunts, whatever. Join his lit exchange, which is hilarious. He's going to start an exchange. Wow. Boss Blunts is a clown. God. God damn, how long of an intro do you need?
What's up, y'all?
Okay. Is this the guy who's a former police officer?
What's up, y'all? What's up, YouTube? What's up, Extreme Gains family? I'm Chuck, and this is Extreme Gains. I am not a financial advisor. Nothing I say is or ever
Let's
will
get
be
that out of the
financial
way.
advice.
Yep.
Please do not take it as such. Today is Sunday, fun day, Sunday, November 20th, 2022, and this is my AMC, GME, and SPY weekly update and preparation video for tomorrow and beyond. As always, I hope you all had a great day in the market on Friday. More importantly, I hope you made some extreme gains for yourselves. I'm going to go over all my regulars, my snake algo method for all three tickers, some macro comparatives,
Snake
and some
algo.
side-by-side projections from Thursday's daily update and prep video and the fulfillment of those projections with Friday's price action. So with all of that said, let's dig in. I hope y'all are enjoying your weekend as well. I'm going to go ahead and dive right in. Currently on your screen is AMC and my current intra-week snake.
Sure does sound a lot like
AMC
financial
finished the
advice.
day
I'll
on
agree with
Friday,
that.
regular trading hours up 2.71% and then down 0.26% in after hours, ending the week trading at 757. The current intra-week snake is on your screen in red. The day prior
Intra-week
to
snake.
the previous divergence from and completion of fulfillment of the previous intra-week snake that you see there in blue. And once again on Friday, price action continued to fulfill the projection from that intra-week snake. Absolutely dead on. Here's a side-by-side from Thursday's update and prep video. The location
That's
of
an
price
interesting
action
way of describing mean reversion. So that's what he's talking about here. An intra-week snake. Jesus Christ. Okay. And yeah, if you're going to trade any of those leveraged inverse ETFs like SQQQ or SPU on the S&P 500, you have to trade, don't hold them overnight. You will most certainly lose money if you hold them overnight because it resets daily. So in other words, if you make money, if you have a profit sitting there, you want to take that profit the same day. Otherwise, you're going to need an even bigger move to make up for the reset every day. Yeah, it could compound returns if it works, but you could easily give up the gains that you made. And I think we looked at that once before. We could go into it in more depth if people want, but there's already a lot of information out there on those leveraged inverse ETFs. I mean, for the non-inverse ones, they they have a higher rate of success for holding them for any length of time beyond a day. But on the inverse ones, that is it. A lot of people get screwed on that because they don't understand how those things work. Let me see if I can find maybe an illustration that would make it easier to understand here. This might be it here. Something like this. Let's see. Probably going to be one of those first ones. Now let's see if we can make sense of this. Okay, day one, index. This is the level, price level. And saying on the first day, the index is 100. The bearish 2 times ETF starting at 100. Well, that would be 0, I guess. Anyway, ETF's exposure before reset, after reset, so it's the same. Day 2, index up 10%. ETF loses 20. Okay, loses 20. So it's down to 80 because the index is up 10%. It's up to 110. So this -2 ETF then day 3, index goes down 10%, ETF gains 16. Okay, so here's what they're showing you. Here's what they're showing you. Day 1 to 2, the index went up by $10, 10%. Okay, and the ETF lost 20, went down to 80. Now on day 3, the index went back up essentially to 100. It went back up 10%. The ETF only regained 16. Okay, because of the way percentages work. You know, you need more than 10% to get back up to where you were before you lost 10%, if that makes sense. I think it makes sense. Sure, everybody understands. So be careful with those leveraged ETFs. Oh, Lynn, Wrench has been busy tonight. Yep, you missed 2 trolls. They might have even been the same person. I think they could have been the same person. More likes than people in chat, so it's a weird night all around. Yeah, true. Okay. I got to throw this on, and I give them something more than 360p.
Within it, the projection.
So we'll get I can't wait too long before I put my clothes in the dryer. So trying to get this so it'll play for a second, so I can run over there and do that real quick, just across the room.
From it, and like I said,
but I know it's going to freeze if I do that because the quality's too good and the connection is too bad. So, well,
100% candle for candle fulfillment of it with Friday's price action. You can see what the projection is from it moving forward into tomorrow and beyond if price action were to
unless somebody wants to come in voice chat.
Now, I talked about looking at the mirrored position
fill in some time.
Of this as well because I do feel that it is valid and still intact. So I will show you that as well. And there it is. And likewise, price action continued to fulfill the projection as it was projecting from Thursday.
Wow, that's a pretty genius projection.
Video, and here's the side-by-side from that video, the location of price action within it, the projection from it, and the dead-on candle-for-candle fulfillment of it as well with Friday's price.
Okay, it's not candle for candle, but whatever. All right, I'm going to have to go down to lower quality, just temporarily at least anyway. Damn Carnival Barker. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'm trying to let it get buffered enough so that I can just go over, turn on the dryer, and get back over here. I think I got it now. All right.
Price action. You can see what the projection is from it moving forward into tomorrow and beyond if price action were to continue to fulfill it. Then from a technical perspective, my technical levels have remained the same and still intact. The macro neckline at 680 will be my next level of support to the downside from where our current price action location is. The next level of resistance back upside will be that significant level of resistance at 790. A breach of that, I'll be looking for a move up to $9. And that is everything from that perspective on AMC. The macro comparative for AMC, as you are all aware of, is the macro double bottom from prior to the January 2021 run-up. And this macro comparative had projected the most recent $5 bottom a year ago that I've been tracking here on the channel for an entire year now. You can see our location within that macro comparative and where we are currently at and the continued fulfillment of it as it was projecting. Here's the side-by-side from Thursday's update and prep video, the location of price action within it, the projection from it, and the continued fulfillment of it there with Friday's price action. You can see what the projection is from it moving forward into tomorrow and beyond if price action were to continue to fulfill that macro comparative. And that is everything that I am looking at with AMC.
So it sounds like we have a guy here who thinks he, basically is predicting what's happening with AMC. He's predicting the stock price accurately down to the candle. Great. So, but he thinks it's going to squeeze or something, I guess. I don't know. I mean, why else would he be making videos?
Up next is GME.
Is there anything that anybody cares about less than GameStop? I mean, seriously. All right, let's see what he says on the market. The overall market.
Last but not least is SPY. SPY finished the day on Friday, regular trading hours, up 0.45% and then up an additional 0.05% in after hours, ending the week trading at 396.23. The current intra-week snakes, the set that I am still tracking and looking at, the set of 3 here are on your screen. We have red the day prior to, blue the day of, and the orange here could be either or, the day of.
So this is what? This is cycle theory garbage, apparently. Like, oh, I think it's going to follow this pattern. Like, that's not how it works at all. Like, you can't just copy and paste patterns. I mean, the price you see, the price chart is the aggregate price after all trading. So there's literally no way it would ever work out to be the same. It doesn't work like that. I don't understand how these people, how, unless people truly believe it's fraudulent, fake, like they're just literally, dragging and dropping patterns in. But, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Whatever.
Dependent upon what the continued fulfillment is here and how it identifies the intra-week snake fulfillment moving forward. So here is the red day prior to in its mirrored position.
Yeah. See, just moving shit.
See
how is this valid at all? How is this valid at all? Whatever.
Fulfillment of its projection again on Friday. Here is the side-by-side from Thursday's update and prep video. The location of price action within it, the projection from it, and the dead-on 100% candle-for-candle fulfillment of it with Friday's price action. You can see what the projection is from it moving forward into tomorrow and beyond if price action were to continue to fulfill it. Then we have orange, the day of and or day prior to. And once again on Friday, likewise to the red day prior to, it continued to fulfill its projection dead on. You can see the location of our current price action within it. Here's the side-by-side from Thursday's update and prep video. The location of price action within it, the projection from it, and the dead-on fulfillment of it there with Friday's price action. You can see what the projection is from it moving forward into tomorrow and beyond, if price action were to continue to fulfill it. Then we have, last but not least, the blue,
which sure says that a lot.
Only a day of divergence.
Like, how is this
blue?
How is this valid?
To fulfill.
So it fits all of them
on Friday.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, if you're going to say that fits and this goes way above it and the other one went, basically below it or right in the same pattern, how can they both be correct? This is different. I don't like these patterns. I don't like these copy paste. This is basically, this is the kind of a quote unquote analysis that somebody who would like plagiarize a paper would do. essentially. It's not valid. It's the laziest type of analysis you could do. It's like copying a paste. It's like copy pasting a bunch of random sentences and paragraphs from various websites and cobbling them together and saying that this is your research paper. I mean, technically, I guess it is, and this comes off as if he can bullshit. I mean, Matt, look at how long it took him to say that though. But
Of
here,
divergence.
right here. Okay, all the other ones he just moved
And
over.
blue continued to fulfill.
Continued to fulfill. Oh, I got to
its
stretch it the right way.
projection
Yeah, I stretch it the right way first. No. No. Sorry. No.
on Friday as well. You can see our location within that. Here is the side-by-side from Thursday's.
Yeah.
This out, and you can see why. That would put that a little more candle for candle. And the
Like, what are we even talking about here?
So
I don't even know what we're
just
talking
wanted to
about.
add that there in case anybody wanted to question that. All right, then last but not least for SPY would be the macro comparative from the 2008-2009 correction and crash. And in its straight up
pulling it
position in
from
most
2008.
straight up position, as we have continued to track just as long as the AMC macro comparative for an entire year on this channel, you can see where we're at within that and the continued somewhat fulfillment, if you will, out of it on Friday. Once again, we did turn back up on Friday, and I was expecting,
because it's obviously it's never going to match. You're talking about 2008. I mean, yeah, the contours are very similar. Bear markets have characteristics that are shared. They all are similar. They're not the same. Like keep two people, their fingerprints are not going to be the same. They might look similar. All fingerprints do to some degree, but you would never say that this is following the same. It's the same, basically the same fingerprint. So we're the same person. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. Because your fingerprint's a result of your DNA and your genetic makeup. Just like these price charts are unique to the day, the time that they came out of. That's literally what it is showing you. So, and I mean, it's like it's the journal, if you will. It's the price journal. And when anybody who's worked as a cashier, you count down your drawer at the end of the night or whatever. God, it's been so long since I've done that kind of stuff. But yeah, and there's a total amount in there. What are the odds that I don't know, 1 week in November, it the ending up balance of the drawer is going to be exactly the same as it was this other previous week of November. I mean, that's what you're talking about here. Nailing the same closing balance of a cash drawer till from a previous time, more or less. And you might see, yeah, you might see this week. This is the week before Thanksgiving. So there might be some trends, but there's also shit that's different now than previous times when we went through this time period. So it's never going to be the same. It might be similar, but we already knew that. We already knew that. We already know that. You're not saying anything. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything that would make me, be like, oh, damn, wow, that's actually pretty innovative. Nah, or that's a good take. Haven't seen it. I don't know. I mean, that's right. I mean, count the drawer down. You started with $200 in cash. Now you have $876.45. Okay, and you're talking about your gross sales for the day. So your gross sales are going to be different every day. And maybe just randomly, hey, we didn't have a lot of business come in today because there was a Morrissey concert. Everybody was at the Morrissey concert. Nobody wanted to come in and buy floor scrubbers. So, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the journal, or it's the diary. It's log of all the transactions. It's the diary. It's the daily journal. When has anybody ever written the same journal entry in a personal journal? The same ones I wrote last year on November 20th, 2021. No, because it reflects what's happening now. The journal says, okay, today was Sunday. And we didn't sell anything today because we weren't open. Last year it said, hey, the 20th is Saturday or Monday, whichever way it goes. And this happened, and this person brought this back, and this person that ended up having a problem, and this person, and this, whatever. It's always different. Anyway, speaking of different, let's see if it's different. As Don Kaufman likes to say, massively unchanged. So I really wish that you could change time frames globally on here. Maybe you can, and I just don't know. Anybody know? Can you change the time frame on all the charts on this grid just in chart mode at once? I want to change them all to 15 minutes so I can get, a little bit longer view, and then I want to change them all back to 1 minute just because it's easier to track, it's more visually appealing, whatever reason. Because it's really time consuming to do that on each one. Anyway, I'll just leave it here. But like on TradingView, well, TradingView is different. So, I mean, massively unchanged, yes, but it does appear to be trending down now. And in fact, we did have the NASDAQ was leading before. Now it appears that the S&P is leading down to the downside now, and the other indices, the Dow and the Russell, are basically tied for number 2, and the NASDAQ is down less than the others. I mean, we're talking about small amounts here, so it's nothing insignificant, but just kind of a weird thing. Anyway, I'm going to leave it on that time frame and come back to it and see. Mostly just a curiosity. We can't really tell anything from these futures necessarily as far as what is going to happen in the future, which is kind of ironic or whatever. Looking at the futures won't tell you what might happen in the future in the futures. But anyway, because this shit, everybody here, I think everybody knows that this shit could basically, around here we'd say that it's got a mind of its own. Who knows? It's got a mind of its own. But if we can know some levels, okay, and that's where this comes in over here. And especially if you're trying to do something else and trade, like work or something. Otherwise, you're just going in blind. It's literally, no good. Oh, this one. So yeah, maybe I went overboard with the lines, but it's a good spacing, and I should have, yeah, I do have the blue line, which I realize blue is not the most easily seen color. Sure. So put that as the expected move color. So this is the expected move based on the, and I'm looking at the Qs now, because I don't think I put the SPY expected move on yet, but, or maybe I did. Oh, I did. Okay. See, on TradingView, should be able to do both these at the same time, I think. Maybe not. I think you might be able to do it in the object tree or something, but which again also is handy, and I also like that they you right click and it's right there. Right click and it's basically right there if you're down here. If you're up here, it's way down there. Anyway, whatever. So yeah, there's our expected move from the options. This could be changed now. Actually not sure. So those are the thicker lines, but basically I'm looking at volume profile levels, previous value area highs, value area lows, and points of control, especially if they're naked. We always like the naked ones better because it's, I mean, we assume naked. Maybe a better word for it be virgin. I don't know. Anyway, it hasn't been touched. It's been touched once, but hasn't been retouched or tested in the most recent price action. So naked POC, uh, a purple line here that it continues over, like this one here, is said to be naked because the price went through that price point and below it, but it didn't come back up to it until this day. So that's why this lilac colored line ends here. Okay, so we zoom out, you can see that we have, I don't normally do that, but squish this here, but I'm trying to get a lot in there. We had a naked POC here for a long time, for example. I'm going to zoom out more. So yeah, we have some to the upside, obviously, and there's one couple on the downside. Thought there was. Yeah. So that's obviously overwhelming. You can't look at this. That's way too much. It's not going to move that much. You don't need all this on here. So I take the most recent relevant ones, put lines in place, then I can take that volume profile off. And now I have this, which is still busy, but not so bad that you can't look at it. Now, the thing is, these levels are useful. How useful? Most of these lines were drawn before this price action occurred. So, in other words, I drew the line. I had the lines. Price action went right to it and reversed, or stayed within it, or whatever. So I didn't move the lines based on the price action. The lines came first. Price action, validated the lines essentially. So this line here is actually, oh, yeah, so we like naked or virgin levels and levels that take it, uh, levels from two levels that are the same, or in other words, stacked levels. So here I have a skinny dashed line, and basically at the same level is the thicker dashed line, which is the option expected move. So there's a volume profile level that caused me to draw the skinny dash line, apparently. Where is it? What is it? Why? Okay, it's probably this here. Yeah, it's this POC here. So even though it's not naked, it's a high POC from back here in September. So being a price area where there was a lot of trading that happened, a lot of trading occurred at that price, those prices around that price, it still could be relevant. It's also, so maybe it's an upside target. Well, actually, it's the up now, today, tomorrow, it's the upside expected move target on the SPY. So they came into alignment. They they're collinear. So that volume profile level happened first, but now it works out that the option expected move for the week, at least earlier today, was indicating an upper expected move range of the same level. So that kind of makes it a little bit more important too. So we got a double, collinear lines that for two reasons now. And yeah, what happened? Oh, and we didn't have the expected move line there before, because that's going into this week, but we had the skinny dash line. And what happened? Oh, yeah, it bounced right off that. So um, this the this method is helpful. Um, it's fairly easy once you get your chart set up. Um, and of course, no, you don't know which way it's going to go, but in the event that it goes one way or the other, which usually it does, it usually either goes one way or another or both ways, but not at the same time. Um, it gives you an idea of, okay, if we're going to be taking this plunge, potentially, where's the first landing? I mean, yeah, it's a big staircase, but it's got, levels, right? Landings. How far down is the next one? Can I see it from here? How many steps is it? That kind of thing. Hey, I'm just trying to get to the next landing. I'm out of breath. It's a lot of selling. Anyway, just placed a Walmart order. Everything's sold out. I've never done the Walmart. What is that? Picking it up? Order online, pick it up. I've never done it with them. I don't know if I would trust them, but I guess that's a chance you take. Okay. Trey just dropped. Well, that sounds a lot more interesting than what I'm spouting off about here. Okay, so extreme gains. I haven't heard any. I'm not going to watch the rest of the video. I think I gave it enough. Um, I'm copying and pasting of patterns. I'm not saying it couldn't be valid. I'm not saying that sometimes it's like sometimes it's going to be right, I guess, or it's just following the similar contour. Or he's not differentiating between that. It either, you know, validates it or it doesn't, I guess, and everything did. So I don't know what it would be like if it didn't. Uh, but what happens when it doesn't? I don't know. Then you pick the other color. So broken watch is right twice a day. That's what I think this is. It's like a broken watch, broken clock, unfortunately. And that's nothing, personal. I don't know this guy at all. Don't care. But just based on that, I didn't hear it. I mean, we're talking about volume profile levels, expected move from the option chain. I mean, there's reasoning here. I don't know which way it's going to go or how much really. But like I said, in the event that it goes whatever way, I want to have some idea of where it could go. And again, most of the time, um, it's not random in that. Oh, why did it decide to stop right here? You know, I mean, nobody knows for sure, but uh, this is valid. This I don't know. I don't. I see some other lines and things on the chart. Yeah, sure, but where did that price action come from? I mean, the blue price action was, he said, literally was from 2008. So, but is it the same? How do you know it's the same? Like, how is it aligned with time? Um, and why that section? Uh, and why would it be the same? I mean, we're in a different point now. We have different uh, monetary conditions. You know, all these things. Like, yes, generally it's going down. You don't need a copy price action from 2008 to tell me that. That's kind of silly. So, yeah, sorry, but no. Wait a minute. What? Why don't I have the oh, shit. Okay. Whoops.
I think that the SPY is going to hit $388 by Wednesday, and I'm here to show you how, why, and where I came up with that sort of answer. Welcome to Trey's Trades, guys. It's great to have you back. It's your boy Trey. Good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great afternoon, evening, and morning. I wanted to discuss my thoughts on the SPY and on the broad market coming into this next week. We're going to be looking at the weekly time frame, the daily time frame, the 1 hour time frame. We're going to be looking at the
Yes,
VIX,
it is.
XY,
It's Trey.
market data across the market, as well as economic events that are going to impact and influence the way that the chart moves. I'm going to be walking through step by step how I'm coming to all my forecasts, my analysis, and my levels that ultimately are I think actionable and we were pretty good last week. If you look back on last week's SPY analysis video, the three big takeaways were that we would reject that $400, we would bounce up.
Still talking about how righty he was. I mean, come on, dude. He's like, yeah, last week we had a pretty good week, you know. We were looking for these things, and yeah, these things happened. Like, great. Less than a minute in, you're still a genius, I see. Like, oh God. But I just wanted to pause here and say that. So what do we got? We got 396.03 is what the SPY is trading at right now, according to TD Ameritrade. Okay, 396.03. So in the option chain for Wednesday, the 23rd, it's this expiration here. Come over to the right. You got this percentage, and you have a plus or minus dollar amount. That's the expected move. So it's saying, and the way that it calculates this is it takes averages of implied volatility across that expiration. I don't have the exact formula, but anyway, it's the expected move. It looks at the implied volatility and the open interest, and it figures out, it comes to a probability essentially based on the open interest and the implied volatility. And I guess really that's and the price. So it looks at the option prices, but and all of the components and spits out, okay, based on the options as it stands now, they're saying that the expected move is plus or minus $6.54. $6.54, and we're at 396. So Trey said 388, so that'd be at 8. And it is possible that, and especially recently this year, you do see moves that are larger than the expected move, but a lot of times it nails it too, or at least it nails it and then and goes beyond is what happens usually. Lately, at least, not last week. Anyway, so the option pricing would give us like 390, 389. Just trying to see, okay, maybe that's not what he used. But I mean, that gets you close. All right, Trey.
off $390 immediately after that, and then we would come back up to $400, in which case I was short by about $2 on the last piece of that, which was the bounce from $390.
Well, there's the $2.
So all in all, pretty good forecasting, and I'm using the same thought process.
Pretty good forecasting
this week as we look at things. So with all that said, I'm going to chapter out everything. So if you want to watch from the bottom of the YouTube bar, you can fast forward to weekly, daily, whatever stuff you want to look at. Feel free to do so. Let's just get straight.
It must be getting late again or something.
Video. So let's start off here on the weekly time frame. Now, I think very important to start off with when we're looking at the weekly is what type of candlestick pattern we're even looking at, right? And this is a spinning top. Now, what is a spinning top? In case you didn't know, it's a type of candlestick pattern that typically indicates the end of an uptrend or a downtrend. A candlestick pattern such as a
God, and he's still talking about candlestick patterns.
In this situation, we're in an uptrend. It typically means we're about to begin a bearish move. But if we were in a downtrend and you got this exact candlestick pattern, it would typically signal the end of a bearish move. And in this situation, it's a type of candlestick pattern.
Where are we getting this now?
Is what type of candlestick pattern we are.
God, I fuck candlestick patterns. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, I guess on a weekly, it's not as fucking stupid, but like who in the fuck talks about candlestick patterns? Honestly. I mean, on these longer time frames, okay. But I mean, you know, there's plenty of examples right on this chart of, you know, that this type of candlestick pattern basically continuing to the upside or downside. I mean, sometimes it reverses. But honestly, it's usually more of the hammer style, at least on this chart right now. It's this, you know, more like this. And I'm not like a technical analysis expert. And I don't know all these patterns and stuff because most of the time it doesn't matter. That's useless. But being able to describe things and talk about them so that other people understand them, well, that's kind of the whole point of technical analysis. So, but you know, whatever. But this doji style candle, you know, yeah, the textbook says it's a reversal candle. That's true, Trey. Yes, the textbook teaches you that, you know, it is a reversal candle. It signifies indecision in the market, yada, yada, yada. And I'm not saying that that's not true, but I mean, here's one that's basically similar. And the trend continues, you know. Here's one here. It's green, which just means that, you know, the price went up a little bit, but basically was flat. Well, it swung quite a bit and it ended up closing basically unchanged, massively unchanged. Now, this week, is this week or last week? This is last week here. You know, we have essentially the same thing, which was slightly lower than last week, but there was this large swing that happened also. It could be more akin. He's saying maybe it's akin to this. Okay, that's not quite the same. It's similar. Again, things tend to rhyme. They don't look exactly the same. It rhymes. But I'm honestly not seeing a red doji that acts as a reversal. I mean, again, this isn't a doji really, and the reversal, the fucking trend continued. So, I mean, this is the problem with textbook knowledge, textbook style analysis. It's just, you know, it's, I'll tell you, and, you know, I'm going to bring this coming in from Telegram because it's, even though it's probably not even the same thing that he's talking about, It is though. These people are so detached from reality. Everything has to be so dramatic. They're detached from reality. This is a textbook explanation from Trey. It sounds like, oh, here's what Investopedia says that this candle means. So
you're even looking at, right? And this is when we're looking at the week. So let's start off here on the weekly time frame. Now, I think very important to start
I'll
off
shut
with
up for a
looking at
while.
the weekly is what type of candlestick pattern we are even looking at, right? And this is a spinning top. Now, what is a spinning top?
Oh, a spinning top.
It's a type of candlestick pattern that typically indicates the end of an uptrend or a downtrend. A candlestick pattern such as a spinning top can be used in an uptrend or in a downtrend. In this situation, we're in an uptrend. It typically means we're about to begin.
Candlestick pattern can be used. I mean, think about how he's talking about this here. This candlestick pattern can be used. We're talking about a weekly fucking candle. And he's saying the candlestick pattern can be used. I mean, it just, just a way that these people talk about this shit and the confidence. There's a mismatch. There's definitely a mismatch.
A bearish move, but if we were in a downtrend and you got this exact candlestick pattern, it would typically signal the end of a bearish move and the beginning of a bullish move, right? But we got the spinning top set up, and its key characteristics is that nice topping tail, nice bottoming tail with a good meaty body in the middle of the candlestick, just like a sandwich, right? You want to put your bologna in between two slices of bread. The two slices of bread in this situation are the
he's still fucking loudmouth as fuck
bologna,
too,
right?
God,
top typically indicates,
shut up.
like I just mentioned, a little bit of a turnaround, right? A little bit trend of reversal. Now, does that guarantee we're going to get that? No, not necessarily.
Why don't you show us some examples?
A starting point, right? Which is why I wanted to start with this on the weekly time frame. So now that we have this as,
I'm not saying it's not going to reverse.
I want to now look at key levels, which I like to think of as pivots. Now, pivots are a little bit different than support and resistance. Support and resistance are areas where we know price is hard to break, and if you crack above it, you get a big move, right? Which is great if you're trying to play breakouts, but if you're not, well, then what, right? Pivots are better because they can indicate not only a breakout, but a major rejection down, right? And I've got a couple key ones labeled off. 390.03, this is one from last week. It should look familiar. This stays the same because we still have price interacting on weekly time frame, right? Rejection, 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 rejection. I'm very used to that back in the college days, let me say. So 390 stays, and then we've got four other major pivot levels on the weekly time frame. We got $400.18, 402.31, 405.33, and 408.16. And one of these major levels coincides with a 707 Fibonacci retracement level, which is $405.32, off by about a penny.
Yeah, so we have some of those. We have basically, I don't know why I'm looking at it there either. Yeah, it belongs here. So let's look at that Fibonacci retracement. I'm assuming that guessing that he did it this way. I don't know. He didn't show it. Oops, that's not what I needed. It's more or less it. I mean, 50% was 349.61, which is now the October low. Essentially, the October low is 348.11. And yeah, like we said, this, I don't know.
Now, if this is the,
I don't know what makes less sense, the market or these clowns. to be honest with you.
Play out exactly
Fuck.
right. You could see us tap 405. We're not guaranteed to, but we certainly could. We could tap $405 and I think ultimately come back down. And this does make a lot of sense, just considering the fact that most of our objections have come off of either 707 or 786 retracements.
Oh, wait,
right?
he's doing that?
707 tap. We're going to look at this one real quick just to see what that came out to exactly. This one was a 707 tap. I mean, you guys get the picture. They're pretty nice. They work pretty well, right? So 707 is like a magnet. I think eventually we're going to tap that level. Supply zones, we've got a major one here between 405 and 408 and 400.
I don't know. I don't use the Fibonacci that way, because how do you know how? I guess the thinking is I guess that seems wrong, but I mean I guess maybe he's got it reversed, but like you can reverse it, just percentages go the opposite way, but you know, we don't know where the bottom is, so why would you measure it off of that? That's my thinking. Um, but we do know this bottom, and we do know this top. So why not measure it that way? Those are definitive levels. I don't know.
400 and 402.31. These
Again,
are areas where I expect we are
what
more
makes
likely
less
to
sense?
reject and come back.
Trey or the
Now,
market?
one big thing that I do want to talk about is I think we are going to tap $400 and come back down off of that, because of something I'm about to show you on the daily time frame. But I want to start off with the weekly, so we have really base horizontal levels to look for when we want to take trades, right? So now that we've gotten that, you know, I suppose the last thing I want to show on the weekly time frame is this descending volume. Descending volume in an uptrend like this typically would just show a weakening in strength with the direction.
Oh, sorry, I had the
See that
chat window
the
buried
spinning
here.
top sort of coincides with that, right? You should not be seeing an increase in range on decreased volume, because that's just not strong. It's not strong in terms of buyers, and the same can be said in sellers, right? If you saw a decrease in volume on an increase in range and a push down, right? I mean that sellers are losing.
ATAI just had its third quarter report. What did it tell you?
So all that being said, I think these are the key levels. This is where I'm getting $400.
Wife out of town.
Derives from this.
Chris had to cook dinner
on the weekly time frame. Then 405.33 and 408.16 coincide with wicks on these weekly candles, right? So you got these two supply zones. We got our major pivots. We got 390 as a major support / pivot. And we can work our way down to the daily time frame from here. I am going to hide some of this stuff, and we can come back to it.
If you can't dazzle them with brilliance.
So you guys don't get confused by anything that I am going over. So all that being said, now we can work into the daily time frame. And the daily time frame is exhibiting another pretty interesting candlestick setup, as well as RSI divergence. So let's just start off here with the candlestick. This is known as a bearish hanging man, and I want to show you this really quick. It can look a lot like a hammer in this situation. You know, the hammer typically green, but in a hanging man, it would be a red close, which is precisely what we got. Now, the only thing that I don't like about this,
talk about a fuster cluck.
See these in an uptrend, and while this is
okay, I'm just gonna be an asshole about it. Like, fuck your stupid candle fucking analysis. Like, because I really think that, you know, Wall Street fund managers or the manager of the stock market, the one that Karen wants to talk to, you know, that they're looking at the chart, not in terms of numbers. They're looking at it as basically a game of Tetris, and they have here's the choices that they have as far as which candles we can use, to use Trey's word, can be used. It just happens to look like that because that's what the prices did, but that doesn't tell you anything about the prices themselves. It doesn't factor in anything. So, you know, that's why it's like, well, recording music and audio. Okay, there's a sound. There's aural component. There's what you hear, right, out of the speakers or the headphones. And then there's also a visual component. There's a waveform that you see on the screen, and it depicts the sound wave. You can't see the sound wave, you hear it, but you can see this representation of it, right? And sometimes, because we're human beings, and try as we might, uh, our processing power is limited. The data throughput on the bus system that we have is limited. I'm not saying it's terrible; it's good, but we have limitations uh, in terms of our attention, and especially if you see something, it's hard to unsee it. And when you see something that relates to something that you're also hearing, okay, that can really it can create some uncertainty, let's say. It can be problematic because you're hearing something that you think, you know, you also think you're seeing it, or or you see something, you don't even hear it, but you see it. And I got to change that. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, you didn't even hear it. You saw it. Nobody's going to be looking at it. You only hear it. Why do you care what it looks like? That's the feeling I'm getting right now. Like we would say back in the day, back in the studio. He's mixing with his eyes. He's mixing the song with his eyes. He's relying on what he sees rather than what's actually there that's being perceived the way it's supposed to be perceived, which in that analogy is hearing it. In this analogy is like price action and all the macroeconomic stuff behind it and the broader economy and all this. It just happens to look like that. Like the waveform of my voice looks like something. Hmm. That's the feeling I'm getting right now. Those people usually aren't that good. But anyway, no clue, but sounds good. And Scotty is describing hallucinations. Am I? Oh boy. Okay. Um, didn't mean to. Am I bringing? Is it bad trip?
Technically an uptrend. It's coming off of a little retrace move, which is really what leads me to believe we could see that 400 tap before ultimately pushing back down, as I mentioned before. And I'm going to show you exactly why I think that that is a high likelihood. But nonetheless, that is a bearish hanging man, which does coincide with the weekly
bearish hanging man.
Spinning top, which is a reversal signal, right? The same can be said on the daily time frame.
Like, how many times does this fucking clown have to be wrong about AMC technical fucking analysis for him to literally come back on YouTube and spout the same fucking ridiculously fucking stupid, uninformed nonsense? Yes, I'm calling it uninformed nonsense. I am. Even if it does exactly what he says it's going to do, it's still nonsense. But no matter what it does, and no matter what he says it's going to do, he'll have a pretty good analysis. He'll be pretty close.
This bearish hanging man would be a reversal signal, and we can expect some sort of push down, right?
He's got way, 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 way too much confidence. Way, way, way too much undue, praise and narcissistic admiration for himself. For us to be anywhere near the bottom.
Another pretty interesting level, and the line
I'll tell you that,
thinner because it's not as significant as the weekly time frame, but it's still significant. It's 394.88. Now, if you look at this, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different daily candles,
shaking some charting courses or something
that rejected off of this level. And I wanted to highlight this because this is an actionable level to me. I think you could go short on a break under this, or you could go long on a bounce, right? This is a very big daily level, and I just wanted to highlight that for anybody who's trying to take some trades because I do think that's going to matter. Right. Another interesting note, we do have 3 straight days of increased supply, but it's on equivalent range. Now, I've already checked this out, but you can do this for yourself.
What?
If you look at these 2 daily candles and the range of how high and low these went, right? The low to the high here is about 5 points on this day. It's 390.14 up to 394.95. This day it was a little less than 5 points. It was 393.04 to 397.81.
So you got more selling on a down day.
But the important thing to recognize is the law of
But it
effort
wasn't a down
versus
day.
result. Now, in this instance, what does that mean? The law of effort versus result is a Wyckoff theory. It's a Wyckoff method. It typically means what goes in doesn't just magically disappear. It's the idea that nothing can be created nor destroyed, like physics, right? You can't just magically make that volume vanish. That had a purpose. Something happened when those orders went in on that particular day. But we also know that typically when you have more volume, you have more volatility, which equals.
That's such an oversimplification of everything. Like, sure, okay, whatever.
More range. So why did we have equal range on a day where we had a significant increase in volume? We went from 74.5 million of shares of volume to 92.9 million shares of volume. It's likely because this is distribution, and that is what the law of effort versus result is talking about within Wyckoff theory. Is the idea that when you have increased volume but the same or lesser volatility, you are likely watching buyers and sellers shift, preparing for either a mark down or a mark up. And in this instance, since we're sort of in an uptrend, and I think hanging pretty high in the trading range, I think you're preparing for a mark down. Right. And this is going to make a lot more sense when we look at the hourly time frame. But this is just some nice confluence, so to speak, this increase in volume while we have equal range, equal volatility.
I mean,
this leads me to believe that that's a
Maverick of Wall Street would just say you have, increased volume on a down day. Like, that's all you need to fucking say. Like, you just wasted an
pretty likely outcome.
2-3 minutes of my life.
If you look at the RSI, you also have just a sneaky little RSI divergence, right? Friday to Tuesday.
Trey's old videos.
You're setting lower lows on, or lower highs on RSI while you're setting higher highs in price. This typically would precede a markdown. This would be a hidden divergence that would say eventually bears are going to step up and push price back down, right? This is all the big things that I think were important on the daily time frame. One last thing I want to show you is just this 382 tap where we got sort of this nice bounce up. Now, it didn't quite tap exactly the 382, but I always like to think of the 382 as sort of the difference between a continuation setup or a correction. And what I mean by that is if you bounce off the 382, you're setting up for the opportunity of a continuation, right? It's very strong. It's a very strong move to bounce off the 382. But if you break it, it's typically more so corrective. And I would be targeting the 618.
Maybe they're not.
Maybe start setting lower highs and push down in the opposite direction, right? Well, we bounced off the 382 pretty significantly. I mean, if you were to take a ruler and sort of measure this out, it was about a 2% bounce. And I think if it was to stop somewhere, it's likely going to be that 200 EMA. So that's why I said, and this is one of the things that I think is likely going to happen. I think we're going to test $400 or within $400 or close to $400 and likely reject there.
See, the problem here, the problem with this way of talking about shit to me is he's all over the place. He's too spastic. He's all over the fucking place. Like, you don't know what he's like. Oh, I'm going to talk about this, and then it'll make more sense later. And like, but he hasn't like laid down a single fucking like coat of paint here at all. Like, I don't know. Like, what is the overall fucking trajectory? What do you think ultimately is happening here? Is it in an uptrend? Is it in a downtrend? Taking into account everything. Price action, macroeconomics, the economy, whatever, all things considered. Like, Robert Siegel. What is the overall point? Okay, here's broadly what's happening. Now, more recently, we've seen this, and it hit this level. Here's an indicator, and talk about this indicator. It's going to be another coat of paint. And then by the time, you're out 10 minutes fucking in, and now he's saying if it doesn't hit this level and if it doesn't hit that level, like, this is not good. You're not helping. In other words, like, now you're talking about 200 EMA. Okay, yeah, sure. But why are you just now talking about a 200 fucking EMA? and halfway through the fucking video. Oh, that's what that line is? Great. Okay,
Jack,
good.
I think we're coming up to $405, which was at 707 back from the weekly time frame. But I do think we're going to. I think we're going to retest.
I mean, he's got some more losses in him to humble him. I think like he needs to be knocked down a few notches.
$400,
for sure.
And that to me is a spot where I'm going to be looking to go short, specifically because of what is.
Well, then I hope the fucking market rallies its ass off.
Coming on.
If he's going short, I hope it fucking rallies
really cool.
fucking head off.
Dave's got some big nuts. Composite Dave, if you follow him on Twitter, he's a great follow. It's Dave Marino Jr.
Dave Marino.
We chat all the time about lifting and stocks and stuff, and he was talking
lifting
about
stocks,
points, which I always just called points of interest. If you look back on my weekly video last week, I had a couple key points of interest that actually hit, and there's some really nice ones coming into this week that I think are going to as well. And I'm going to take some bold predictions. That's why I think we're going to hit 388 by Wednesday. I want to talk about why. I'm going to show you why I think that and came to that conclusion. So now we can hide all these levels.
And he will be back to hiding next time the market goes down.
Time frame levels. So I'm going to drop some eclipses. Just let me.
What happened to those
stuff so we can go over it all?
Were they Bed Bath and no? They were Tesla calls, Amazon. I forget. Honestly, I forget.
And try to make it.
I had plenty of my own losses.
Makes sense. Now,
since then,
in no way, shape, or form, I'm guaranteeing you we're going to hit these levels, right? I'm not a financial advisor. This isn't financial advice. Please manage risk accordingly, size accordingly. If you can't lose the money you're betting, then don't bet it, right? These are all things that we know.
Trey's a size queen.
But it's very high confidence. And one of these I've got a lot of confidence in, which is the 388 tap. So far I've made two claims. One of these is that we're going to tap the 200 EMA, which is roughly $400, and reject off of that. And secondly is that we're going to test 388 and bounce from that. And I'm going to tell you why. So if we look at the 1 hour time frame, I've got a couple of different fibs that aren't on the chart right now. I'm going to put them on one at a time so they don't get too muddy. But we're
no AMC at all. Wow. I mean, he was Win Moo Plug. What are the sponsors here? Do we have any sponsors?
If you'd like to. DXY, I'm going to keep pretty short and simple. I've just got the daily here.
He's talking about the dollar.
DXY.
Well, this ought to be fun. While it's deciding if it wants to load. Shit. Yeah, I got to do this too. So, and I have to switch this over. Fuck. Oh, why is it doing? Oh, I mean, because I'm an idiot. That's why. So we have a Telegram chat group that is out there called Finance Chat. It's hosted on Telegram, and the link to that, everybody is invited to come over there and chat. These are some of the statistics here. So quite a few photos and memes. 69 videos. All kinds of shared links and all kinds of stuff. Tons of GIFs too. So it's a good time when there's over 2,000 GIFs being used. And now what I didn't say is the period that those GIFs were used in, but let me just say it was a long time. I don't know. It was a long time, not that long. Anyway, the link is in the description for Finance Chat. I used to have it on the screen. I changed the computer I'm using, and now it's not on the screen. Maybe I should put it back on there. But he's got all his shit here. Reminds me, we have that. Get 10% off Gamer Sups, an energy supplement that replaced energy drinks in my life. There it is. Well, that's one of them. TradingView, Patreon, of course. Gamer Sups. Wow. For people who sit on their ass playing games, now you don't have to eat. Okay.
Does make sense. So that was the weekly, daily, 1 hour time frame in terms of SPY, all the major levels. You can go back and rewind and check them out if you'd like to. DXY, I'm going to keep pretty short and simple. I've just got the daily here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Antoinette's back. All right. Do I need to rewind it? Not going to
Cash on the
rewind
200
it.
EMA, just like we talked about last week. And I've got a short-term target. We got an apex here, right? This is a point of interest. You got a falling trend line. You got a rising support trend line and a fib at the 618 that meets at primarily 108.82. I think this is likely going to happen because it just gives a retest of that breakdown of major support, and then you can push for lower lows, and it ultimately lets SPY cool off a bit, which I think is likely going to happen. I don't have much else to say besides that. That's my target. I think by some point this week, we're going to test $108.80.
I don't know why.
DXY.
I've never.
VIX. This is an interesting one because this is a little divergent from the rest of the market. VIX.
So now we'll see. Now we'll test, really see if he understands anything about the market. His explanation of the VIX. Let's see what he says.
The VIX here actually rejected off the 200. As well as a 382. So I can actually see this just continuing to push down. If there's going to be any reason for an invalidation, this is going to be it. But ideally, for all my thesis to make sense, you really want to see a double bottom on 2236 to ultimately come back up and retest the 200 again. Keep that pretty simple. We'll move into the options market data.
No, we didn't get
the
too
entirety
much.
of the week, we're just going to change this up really quick so that it's.
So you mentioned a divergence. He didn't explain why potentially, or try to, he didn't really go beyond that. I could give my opinion, but it's essentially, nothing has changed really in terms of adding layers of fear, which you can have an opinion on whether that seems warranted or whatever or valid, but it's like watching a scary movie the first time. You watch it the first time, it's pretty scary. It's like a 35 VIX. You watch it another time, well, we have to go back further. You watch the scary movie the first time back here, and you get pushing a 40 VIX. The market went lower. Each subsequent lower low in the market resulted in basically either very similar or even lower peak in the VIX. So you're going to lower prices, but the VIX is not going as high, or it's going only the same level of highness each time the market actually pushes lower. Because the second and third and fourth time you watch that scary movie, it's no longer scary. Or it's a little bit scary, but you know what's going to happen in the movie. You don't know what's going to happen in the market. Anyway, that's my take on it. But Trey, really, Trey has nothing but needs those clicks to keep the lights on, which is funny because he made a lot of money. Anyway.
Test the 200 again.
Maybe he has a gambling
keep that
problem.
Pretty simple.
Maybe he has a gambling problem.
The entirety of the week, we're just going to change this up really quick so that it shows more than just 1 day of market data. Let's go 5 days quick. I'm going to show you what everything happened. You got a lot of puts. There's a lot of puts open across the market, and I would say a net selling of calls coming into the end of the week. And primarily, and probably the most important, is the fact that Delta exposure was red at the close on Friday. Now, I've talked about this before, but in case you're unfamiliar, DEX or Delta exposure is typically thought of as the pricing of the markets. And when you have a huge DEX bar, it means a lot of the market's anticipating a move. When you have a small DEX bar, it means a small amount of the market's predicting a move. When I see huge green or huge red decks, I typically am contrarian. I don't think that's likely to happen. But when you see a small bar,
but how does that relate to what happened historically? Is the price the yellow line SPY price? SPY price. So he's saying that he goes against the bars. So here, bar is green. and the price went up. So he was short there. Okay, that was not good. Here, the bars are red. The price went down. So he was long here. He lost money. You see what I'm saying? Here are the price. Here are the bars green. Positive delta exposure. The market went up. And and here, the most recent rallying. So he's saying that, I mean, where is a single example of, I guess here maybe, but that's just, it's more or less flat. Here, I mean, everywhere there's a red bar.
Now, I've talked about this before, but in case you're unfamiliar, DEX or delta exposure is typically thought of as the pricing of the markets. And when you have a huge DEX bar, it means a lot of the market's anticipating a move. When you have a small DEX bar, it means a small amount of the market's predicting a move. When I see huge green or huge red DEX, I typically am contrarian. I don't think that's likely to happen. But when you see a small bar, I typically side with that because the market doesn't let everybody win. They only let a small portion of people win. And we have a slight red DEX or delta exposure where we have a small amount of players who are essentially speculating. It will be red.
I mean, what he's showing on the screen here directly contradicts that.
By Monday at open, we're going to gap down. And I think that's likely going to happen. I think you're going to get a gap down on Monday. It coincides with the rest of the market data. And it coincides with the daily candle, which was the bearish hanging man. So don't have much more to add, but for that, you know. But
then he just said that he's, I don't know. That doesn't look like a small red bar to me, but whatever. Trey's got to be right.
Something to keep an eye on. And then Google Calendar, I've got all the major events going on this week. We got Chicago Fed National Activity Index at 8:30 on Monday. That's the only major event for the U.S. And Tuesday, we've got Fed Manufacturing Index, as well as a couple of speeches, 3 of them by the Fed. Metzler speech at 11.
Market will go up Tuesday then.
You got Fed George speech at 2:15 and Fed Bullard at 2:45. If you're trading on Tuesday, watch for these time frames because if these guys say something silly, it can move price and that can screw up your trade. So just be careful. Wednesday, you got durable goods orders month over month for October, as well as initial jobless claims for 19 November. New home sales. New home sales is the one that I think will move price the most. You can see SPY move a pretty good amount off this. And then FOMC minutes from November 1 to 2 is from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern on Wednesday. This is coming straight from the Fed website. The other data is coming from this website right here, Economic Calendar. If you want to find it, it's just tradingeconomics.com/calendar. And it has actually everything, including the U.S. And I just picked the stuff that I thought was important, right? Thursday market closed, and Friday market closes early. Closes at 1 o'clock Eastern. So that's all the big stuff. I guess I got nothing else to add. Hopefully that was.
So he glossed over the big one, the Fed minutes, in typical Trey fashion. New home sales is what's going to move the market. Okay, well, that's Trey video. What else to say? I don't know. Maybe they already have forgotten the money they lost by listening to him. Maybe. Well, that was
Those
fun.
are all the big things that I.
Whoops. Gamer Sups. Gamer Sups. That is a weird name. Okay. Back here. Massively unchanged. Let's see if there, let's, we look at all these retards. Maybe, let's see if there's actually any good analysis out there this evening. I noticed this on Bloomberg yesterday. So Twitter may cut more jobs. So maybe the Trump smokescreen was for that, or maybe it's for selling more Tesla shares. Who knows? Liquidity crunch in treasuries. Bonds are back. Anyway, that's not what I was looking for. See if Ira's got anything. Already watched that one earlier. You know, here just as an example of a different way to talk about the market, you know, one that has more credence to me. It's good to look at good examples probably too. Probably don't do enough of that, but gamer subs for people who sit in a chair all day and are still tired. Exactly. New York Angie trigger. Uh-oh, we'll get there. Whoops. Man, these guys and their intro music.
Good weekend all. Ira Epstein with your Spider ETF stock wrap up, and this is your weekly edition, and this is for November 18th, 2022. All right, interesting time. Now, we have coming up the Thanksgiving holiday. The markets get abbreviated trading hours, so you'll get Monday and Tuesday semi-normal trade, but Wednesday will start curtailing back. Unfortunately, Wednesday's going to be an important day because at 1 in the afternoon, we get the FOMC minutes. And I think traders will pore over that, looking for clues as to what the Fed's doing. I don't know why, because every Fed member that's come out so far has said very clearly that they are all in favor of further rate hike in December, and they may split after that. Now, why do I say that? Because I think that before the December meeting comes, we get to see CPI and jobs data for the month of November. If the CPI is very weak, while they may go along with the rate hike for
check
December,
my laundry while we listen to Ira
about the one coming in February. If the CPI wobbles back and gets stronger, then they've got to say, well, we haven't beaten the beast down. We got to go a bit longer. The big battle isn't about rate hikes. It's the size of them and the duration of them. That's what this is about. 75 basis point hikes, I think, are off the table. 50, maybe at 25 on a real weak readings at the beginning of the month, and CPI and labor comes into play. But right now, the market, if you watch the Fed Watch page from the CME group, 50 basis points is the overwhelming favorite for what's going on. And then the fight begins as to when can the Fed pivot. I am not of the opinion that it's as soon as people think. I'm more of the Jim Bullard school, that we've got to prove that the trajectory falls, and it keeps falling. He went up to as high on a normal. Now, 5.25 is his nominal rate. And if inflation gets sticky and holds, he's talking 7%. Dr. Doom, right? Remember, that's another person that's been talking that it has to go up there. So you have to pay attention to all those things and work with them. Now, instead of going to DraftKings, I wanted to go back to Amazon and do that as the feature this week because we're talking about shopping. It's here. I know in Chicago, we get our big parades. They start tomorrow. They shut off Michigan Avenue, and you get all the craziness going on. And it's the start of the shopping season. So it really is going to kick in. There's no glory in Amazon. This is looking really like an ugly chart. It doesn't get a bounce whatsoever. You've got the items coming down. They're not looking that good. Even Jeff Bezos was saying you don't go out and buy cars right now and big durable goods orders because he's fearful that the recession's going to be worse than people think. I don't think that anybody's arguing that we're not going to get into a recession. I think that's where we're headed. If labor stays strong, it's hard to get into a deep one. If labor weakens dramatically, that would be the case. If you're watching the Fed talk, they're all saying, well, there's concern about service sector inflation staying strong. In other words, the waiters, the people that come to our house and fix things and all that. Yeah, That's there. I had somebody come out just recently to look at my electric panel. And I used to pay $100. He looked at it, found nothing wrong, and was gone in 20 minutes. $250. And this is through a friend of mine. So I see the inflation firsthand. As it turned out, we had to get, we call it Commonwealth Edison. They had to go up on the pole. They found a bolt was in wrong for, God knows, 20 some odd years that had fried. They changed it. Everything came back. It was causing some of my internet problems and other things for years. Didn't know that. Finally, we had part of the house lose its power. In any case, so I look at this. There's nothing friendly here. This market's down. It's under the 18-week average, looking weak, but I doubt it's going to be able to stay under the Bollinger Band because you don't. 95% of the time you stay within it. So I can make an argument that this may be one of the last hurrahs, and if we start taking out the highs of this week, that'll be the sign that maybe the market's overdone it. We're going to get a bounce. The problem is there's nothing bullish. And that bothers me going into the season because I don't know about you.
Bullish.
I use Amazon like mad to buy gifts, send gifts, and I am sure that most people do. All right. That's not to say you don't go into the stores. There's nothing like going into the store, and I'm all for it. All right. But I don't want to go through the hassle. I don't want to catch the flu. I'm very careful about what I do. Momentum wise, not embedded, but getting close to doing it. You need 3 weeks in a row at least where both.
So I like IRA. See what else he's talking about here. If there's anything. Gold. I mean, I like to hear Trey talk about gold. You think Trey could talk about gold? I don't think so. I don't think so.
LD, I have doubts that you're going to get up to this number. It just doesn't appear it if the dollar picks up from here. What's going on is an inversion. It's very easy to see. As the dollar's been breaking, gold has come alive. Therefore, logic tells me if the dollar rallies back, then gold probably comes under pressure again. It's the only thing it's got going for it. It doesn't pay attention to the Ukraine war. Inflation's been here. It hasn't made a move. Does this look to you like it's made a move off inflation? Am I blind? What's going on here? That's not it. So the only other play that's happened is as the dollar's recently broken, that's worked there. In the gold miners, you're up to the resistance point of a Bollinger Band. I teach the first time you hit that, the pros take money off the table. In ARK, again, she hasn't done too well this year. And now she's buying Bitcoin down here to be a hero. Okay. I read that today. I went, okay. I don't get it, but whatever. My experience with these events is that they take on a life of their own and that the fallout continues and it doesn't go away 1, 2, 3. Once you get the regulators involved, and believe me, they're involved now, things get even worse, and then the books are open and you realize it's all a house of cards. Watch out. That's what I think you're going to see. I've given you my scenario. Apple, you're in a resistance zone. So while the daily chart looks good, the weekly chart does not look good. This is where the pros, I think, are selling on a weekly basis. I think at 157.50, they'll call it a day and won't be short anymore. But I think that they're putting on their shorts in this area basis, the weekly chart. Tesla, Mr. Musk, please pay attention to your big company. This is not looking good. This is a company that is making new lows on the move. Now, I have told you that I'm not enamored with Tesla for the reasons that I've given. There are so many new electric cars coming out from worldwide. I don't care if it's a Kia, a GM, a Ford product, a Lucid product, a Rivian product. The names go on and on. I haven't even brought up the Chinese names that are coming to town. You've got choices. You didn't have choices for years. This was the standard. I am not saying it's not the standard now. I am saying there are choices. And with choices, you lose market share. That is the law of economics. And with that, you got to ask what's going to make the market value hold up. I'm not a fan of this stock at this point in time. Give me a chart pattern to work with, fine, but this is a bearish pattern, not a bullish pattern. Meta. When you look at the daily chart, you can see the big rally we had. Did anything change here? No. Now, what would get my attention is if the slow stochastic reading, the red, closes over 21 this week. Then I'm going to be looking to get back to this number, 142.38, unless this low is taken out. But right here, right now, I think the pros have been selling it off the weekly chart. I think they're nervous because any close over 21, I think they got a scoop. In TLT, this is short covering, new buying, I don't know. But there's...
Okay. All right. So check out Ira Epstein. He's got pretty good content. You know, experience. All right. We have this Trey comment on Trey's video. AMC to the freaking moon with or without you, Trey. I can't help but think of you as the lawyer from Jurassic Park who left the kids in the car. He left us. He left us. You left when things were at their worst, when we needed you the most. Oh. Trey's traitor. Pathetic. I don't know what's more pathetic, that comment or Trey. Anyway, we haven't had this guy in a while. Could be anybody. I guess we really haven't had this guy in a while. Tommy's Touch. I know we've watched a video by him before.
What's up, guys? Tommy. All right, here's what I'm thinking for this little beef we got going on.
Okay, the beef. John Wick sniping and Ape Father. I guess I should have known that. I probably have no excuse not to know that there's a beef, but
Between the Ape Father and John Wick sniping, all right? Both of them are my boys. But listen, this is what I recommend. I think for the people, I think you guys should lash it out over a live stream. I think, John, when you're doing your live stream, you should add the Ape Father, have the Ape Father join in, right? Right? You see where I'm heading? Talk it out. Debate it. Say what you want to say. I know the Ape Father will do it. I've seen him do a debate before. Now, I want to see you guys lash it out, hash it out. I believe at the end of this little keyboard warrior type fighting stuff, whatever you want to call it, from where I'm from, people end up missing, okay? Can't really end up missing over the internet. But if you guys want to fight it out over the internet, this is what I suggest. Do your little debate, go back and forth. I believe at the end of the video, you guys will be cool and you'll make up. I think you're going to just say, listen, don't talk about me, I won't talk about you, fine. But at the end of the day, it makes both of you look kind of soft.
okay, now I don't know what that guy's deal is. That squeal. I don't even know how to do that. Here's New York Angelo. Now, we got to give a trigger warning on this one. Model 3 dude's liable to lose his shit. Because of this weenie. So, he only put out two videos today. Only 2.
We have somebody investigating Melvin Capital and what actually happened with the short squeeze plays last year. According to Wall Street Journal, SEC currently is investigating Melvin Capital Management, regulatory agency asking about hedge funds risk controls disclosures following the meme stock losses. The issue over here, as you may have guessed, is that Melvin Capital lost a lot of money on the investors and then he decided to return the other chunk of the money. SEC is trying to figure it out why, how you can lose so much money in stocks like the short squeeze plays. The regulator has contacted investors in the hedge fund in recent months as part of investigation into Melvin Capital's founder, Gabriel Plotkin, and other senior executives. What the SEC actually is looking into? They're looking into whether Melvin Capital and his executives actually misled investors when it raised money last year. Remember, they have to get additional injection funding from Point72 and Citadel. Remember this is on the side of the regular Melvin Capital's investors, right? So what actually happened, what SEC did about it? The SEC has obtained Melvin, which was largely returned its clients' money, its general communication with investors, and has sought information about what the firm disclosed about the risk of its investment strategy to the clients. In other words, did actually Melvin Capital said, guys, we're investing in extremely volatile and risky short squeeze plays. We're short on these stocks. We might lose a lot of money. That's the question over SEC's current investigation. The investigation is in early stage, by the way, and may not lead to any formal claims or wrongdoing. Also, this particular investigation is handed to the Enforcement Division's Asset Management Unit in Washington. The SEC and other law enforcement authorities have investigated the frenzious trading in early 2021 with GameStop, AMC, and other short squeeze plays. Well, this is a good news in my opinion. This is a good point. They're not coming after the stocks, they're coming after the hedge funds. Because early on last year, they came after individual investors. Why they're crushing the hedge funds? Remember Kenny? Good. Now Kenny has to comment on this. Because the SEC and other enforcement officers are coming after Melvin to see if something wrong has been done on the market to end up with losses such as this one. By the end of
Griffin,
May
though?
2022 this year, clients who were invested in Melvin Capital at the start of 2021 had lost about 57%, meaning that Gabriel Plotkin and Melvin Capital
Not as much as the apes had lost.
more than 132% this year alone, to make the clients break even.
There's the principle that makes the leveraged ETFs, the short leverage ETFs, bad right there. That's the same principle right there. But if you're down 57%, you need 132% rally to get, it just to give them their full investment back, not even any profits, which is actually a loss when you consider, other things, inflation, opportunity cost, etc. It's the old, it doesn't cost to hold. Even if you didn't make money, somebody was holding on to your money for a year and a half and they gave you back the same amount, effectively you lost money. Most of the clients who invested in Melvin after January 2021 made money. I wonder if he'll read that.
Most of the clients who invested
I guess
in
he
Melvin
will.
Capital after January 2021 made money, according to the person familiar with the matter. Interesting. Maybe they bought more AMC. I don't know. So guys, I don't know what to expect. There is a disclaimer in the article saying
probably
there is a chance nothing wrongdoing to be found on the market has been done. Remember, they're closing their hedge fund. I don't know, did they actually close? It's not officially announced. Remember, when they close officially, there will be articles here and there. But it hasn't. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's some paperwork time frame in which things should be done. But the idea over here is that it took the SEC and other officers to look into this. What month we are? August. Just think about more than a year and a half it took them actually to look into if something wrong has been done here. Remember, they went after Robinhood. They went after Citadel in some form.
They went
shape,
after
or
them.
size.
They didn't go after them. They wrote a
looking
report.
into,
They wrote a report that didn't have any allegations of any wrongdoing, really, except maybe by retail investors.
conflict of interest on the market. Now they're coming after Melvin. It's very, very interesting in this point, guys. Look, I'm not gonna hold my breath, but this is bullish. Let's put it this way. Leave your thoughts in the comment section, guys. Subscribe to the channel, like this video.
That's
and come
it?
back for more.
This is bullish. Really? That's all.
Now they're coming after Melvin. It's very, very interesting in this point, guys. Look, I'm not gonna hold my breath, but this is bullish. Let's put it this way. Leave your thoughts in the comment section, guys. Subscribe to the channel, like this video, and come back for more.
It's bullish because it's going to make people all of a sudden realize how great of a company AMC is. Okay. Yeah, bullish. Sosnoff likes the potential of Robinhood. I got a little Robinhood. Had it for a while. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's crushed, isn't it, right now? I haven't looked at it lately. Yeah, it's crushed. I mean, their earnings are getting better. It's crazy. I mean, okay, Q2 2021, right? The estimate was 15-cent per share loss. They reported a $2.16 loss. Over 1,300% worse than that expectation. Okay, that was Q2 2021. In Q2 2021, however, they beat on earnings. The estimate was 521 million, and they reported 565 million. Yet, the earnings per share loss was $2.16. And I'm looking, make sure I'm looking at the right one. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, so the average analyst estimate is at $12.29. It's currently at $9. Interesting. Short squeeze confirmation. Sorry, Model 3 dude.
CNBC confirmed that individual investors again outperformed the general market and basically any other investor on the market. Just look at the data. They will point out since the approximate market bottom, some of the short squeeze plays are up between 40 to 100%. Just listen to this.
Bottom, retail investors, they do what they do, and they're jumping back into the markets. And in a sign they're willing to take on more risk, so-called meme stocks have seen a big resurgence in recent weeks. Get this. Since the June bottom for the S&P 500, popular meme stocks like AMC Entertainment, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, which, by the way, rose 40% yesterday, have soared. And in the time, the S&P 500 has added a little more than 10%. We talked about Bed Bath & Beyond. What a move. By the way, no news on BBBY, and it rose 40%. For more on the return of the retail investors, bring in Gunjan Banerjee, markets reporter at the Wall Street Journal's Money and Investing team and a CNBC contributor, and Liz Young, head of investment strategy at SoFi. It's great to have you back on, Liz. By the way, I'm gonna send you a little picture today from Cops later on in Milwaukee. But that said,
please do.
What do you make of this return? I mean, is this a big risk for these investors who might have been burned a couple times?
Well, so I'll tell you a couple things that we're seeing on our platform. And when the first meme craze happened, and then when the bear market happened, there was sort of this fear, and it was talked about a few times, that what about all these new investors that came into the market and now experience their first bear market? Is it going to scare them out of investing? And even the meme stockers that got hurt in that, is it going to scare them out of investing? We conducted a survey of our members recently, and 74% said that even despite recent volatility, they still plan to invest as much or more in the next 6 months. So we can let that fear go. The individual investor, the retail investor, is here to stay. Some of the other things that have been interesting, though, is we looked at the average daily volume. When you look at just by shares, the average daily volume in these three stocks, these meme stocks, it's two times bigger in August.
I had to go over.
Than it was
I
in
had to
June
go
and
across
July.
the room.
On our platform, it's 4 times bigger in August than it was in June.
But so here we go. I mean, I knew it right away as soon as I heard him talking about. I heard them talking about it. How old is this clip? Oh, wait. AMC was $23 fucking dollars again. Oh shit. This motherfucker. Yeah, this guy. Disingenuous fucking little piece of shit. So he did this yesterday. Let's see if anybody says it. Nope. We won't give up, never throw in the towel. Well, then you're fucking retarded. You are an idiot. I didn't hear no bell. Wait, that's the guy. That's the that's the guy. I mean, I wasn't thumbs upping that. This is the guy from Friday night. Wow. He didn't hear no bell. He's gonna hear it. He is gonna hear it. You know, that's the reality of it. You know, you go through evidence-based approach. You you know, try to make things logical, and at the end of the day, they still didn't hear no bell. Unbelievable. Not really, but not my problem. Also not my problem. Old videos again. Yep.
Than it was in June and July. On our platform,
Let me
it's
go
4
back.
times bigger in August.
For these investors who might have been burned a couple times.
Well,
Might have.
so I'll tell you a couple things that we're seeing on our platform. And when the first meme craze happened, and then when the bear market happened, there was sort of this fear, and it was talked about a few times, that what about all these new investors that came into the market and now experience their first bear market?
SoFi.
Is it going to scare them out of investing? And even the meme stockers that got hurt in that, is it going to scare them out of investing? We conducted a survey of our members recently, and 74% said that even despite recent volatility, they still plan to invest as much or more in the next 6 months. So
I mean, that's not.
We can let that fear go. The individual.
That's literally not possible. I mean, unless they're talking about a percentage or something. No, there's no way. There is no way. I question that. And 75% of their members that they polled. Well, first of all, I mean, who uses SoFi? How many people actually use that platform brokerage? Like, nobody talks about using it in AMC. I can legitimately say I have never heard one of these influencer grifters ever mention, oh yeah, I'm holding, you know, whatever, AMC shares or anything for that matter on SoFi. Oh, let me pull up the chart on SoFi. Never, not once, not a once have I heard that. Now that's just my personal experience. It can't count for everything. And I watch videos of stuff other than AMC. Nobody talks about SoFi that I'm aware of. So I question how big their user base is. I mean, yes, we could look that up, but it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. But how are they spending as much or more than they were last summer? It literally makes no sense. Less money coming in, none from stimulus and unemployment. plus 40-year inflation. So how are you spent? I mean, you want to talk about problems with self-reporting? Apes love to make fun of Ortex for self-reported short interest, whatever. This is some self-reported bullshit right here.
Individual investor, the retail investor, is here to stay. Some of the other things that have been interesting, though, is we looked at the average daily volume. When you look at just by shares, the average daily volume in these three stocks, these meme stocks, it's 2 times bigger in August than it was in June and July. On our platform, it's 4 times bigger in August.
I mean, when you word things like that, it's misleading. Probably intentionally. You know what? We can just do month. Fuck it. Monthly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. It is twice as much. It is. 700 million versus 1.5 billion shares in the months of July and August, respectively. But look at that price. Look at the price candle for fucking August. Yeah, you had twice the volume, but you actually had a smaller actual range. So that meant nothing essentially. The volume went down in September, and the price also went down. So I mean, so far, no valid points that I've seen.
So the retail trader is definitely here, but here's what I would caution people on. Look, it's okay to kind of take part in some of this that ends up being the trendy conversation of the day, but be careful not to invest things, especially in a stock like Bed Bath & Beyond that's up this much over just a couple-day period. Don't put money in it that you're not prepared to lose in case things turn in the other direction very quickly.
Good advice.
How much of this movement in these three stocks in particular is driven by high short interest and low free float? In other words, a little bit of demand can really juice the stock.
Well, so there's a couple things. I think a lot of it is driven by that, but the other piece of it, as you know, it's August, right? There's low volume, there's low trading volume in the market generally, which is when you tend to see more of these bigger dislocations. But when you look at a stock like Bed Bath & Beyond, 45% short interest, it became a pretty big target for some of these traders.
Tony Tinko, suckers are there to stay. Yep.
Yeah, Gudgeon, you wrote recently, I think it was maybe 5 weeks ago or something, how many of these tech stocks have become value names because they got kneecapped so badly that their price to earnings ratios actually looked reasonably. I mean, we've kind of had this little market pop right now. What are you hearing about how people view tech generally right now?
It's really interesting. I think retail investors, a lot of them have had diamond hands this year, and not just when it comes to meme stocks, which have cropped up from time to time. But
why did she say that?
Individual investors' love of tech stocks has not cooled this year. We saw their purchases of tech stocks, think FANG stocks, think NVIDIA, Tesla, a basket of those. Buying activity hit a record, at least going back to 2014 in July, while those stocks were really getting crushed. So a lot of these investors have stepped in to buy those stocks at a discount. And we saw that yesterday. NVIDIA dropping around 6%, but that was one of the top buys for individual investors on the retail brokerage Fidelity.
And the numbers, the data provided from the brokers obviously don't lie. Individuals are extremely involved in the short squeeze plays. People are just winning by holding the stock.
Wait a minute, though. She said tech stocks. Now she's talking about short squeeze plays. So, no, she didn't talk about fucking short squeeze plays. God,
obviously,
disingenuous fuck.
Financial advice, guys. Leave your thoughts in the comments.
Sounded a lot like financial advice to me, bro. Bruh. Oh, God. Okay, well, that's enough of that. Enough of that. Let's go back to the futures. Pretty in pink. Let's see. Trading with emotions. Al's live. And the futures massively unchanged. Ah, there it is. I'm like, where's the day start? It's that red line. Okay. So the dollar is definitely seeming to go up. But so are bonds. So are the 10-year notes. And at least, we see the inverse correlation in the dollar versus the equity futures, which we would expect to see. So that, that's a bit of familiarity, I guess. We get energy prices coming down a little bit. Crude's under 80. Thought I had gasoline on here. RBOB. Where is it? Well, somewhere in here. There it is. Massively unchanged. Okay. Is it a downtrend? Who knows? The field has narrowed. What's Astro up to lately? Did he exit stage left? Well, he was saying recently that it was AMC was going to run or something, that it was going to run, I think. But let's find out. At Eat My Astro. Well, he hasn't put out a video in 5 days. I think we looked at the squeezes on, and here's the blueprint. I think we looked at that one. I don't think we looked at this one. I know it shows that I watched a little bit of it.
Be doing a Russian act.
But let's just go.
Good afternoon, my friends. It is FPS Astro here today. Comrade Slavik is taking break, getting ration, having great time. It's probably, actually, now that I think about it, a horrible time for me to be doing a Russian accent, but we're gonna keep doing it anyways. So anyhow,
Say what? I don't even know.
Shall we?
Oh shit.
Where do we start? I think the top's in. Also, typical preamble, I'm extremely tired, so it's probably gonna be a quickie, as this video probably goes for like 20 minutes. Alrighty.
I wonder how many of them even had positions beyond last August.
So we called this to the T.
I don't think they've held it for over a year.
And once again,
they sure don't talk about it like people who are down, 40, 50, 60, 70%. They talk about it like people, who are basically unaffected that it's down, which is probably true. In fact, they're probably doing better than they would if it hadn't gone down as much, because they're garnering more views from people looking for hopium. So it's a complete scam. It's a total scam. The fact that this, is still happening, going on, and whatever, and then when you search for AMC, all you get is this bullish garbage. I mean, that is a failure. It is a failure of everything. It's a failure of education. It's a failure of, this fucking bullshit YouTube algorithm. It's just a total failure. Why all the videos come up that completely contradict reality? Those are the ones that come up. Maybe those are the only ones being put on, but they're not though. We know they're not. If nothing else, there's me and there's Chris Norland and I don't know, maybe Strongman and a handful of other people. Tony Tenko. Haven't seen what's his name, Tanko Native lately. So I don't know, a dozen people. None of those ever come up. It's just a total failure. It's a failure, system wide.
I screwed myself real good. I would have been up another like 1,000% today.
Maybe I did watch this. I can't remember.
Which I did at open, and then I closed them out right around here. I thought it was about to have liftoff again and go back into redistribution, and I was so wrong. I was so wrong, and I'm so mad at myself for it. Where I went wrong is that I didn't trust my instruments, I didn't trust my tools, I didn't trust my gut, and a big lesson.
So this is from last Tuesday. It's old. It's irrelevant now. Yeah, he hasn't put anything out. Frankie Mohammed is asking for help. He doesn't want my help.
Hey, yo, did the shorts cover? It ain't Tuesday? What the fuck we talking about? Hey, special service announcement. I ain't selling my shares. I don't give a fuck who you are. Like I said, one more time. I ain't selling my shares. I don't give a fuck who you are. Okay? You mainstream media folk that's sitting out there, you guys need to be really careful. Go take your corny ass over there, because over here is something serious. Over here we doing something else. We not selling our shares, homie. We not selling our shares. At least I'm not. I'm holding on to mine, baby. Won't you wonder what I got? Oh, you don't want you. Hey. Like I said, I got them going for a brick right now. I don't care what that share price says. I got them going for a brick. You better listen to me. Oh, you don't know what a brick is? Mainstream media? Better go do your due diligence. Better go figure it out. Yeah, public service announcement. Yeah. Anyways, there's a particular tuber out there that's like, look, listen, sell your shit and we'll jump into other shit. No. Then if that's the case, stop putting AMC ape in your videos. If that's what y'all do,
why?
What is
this? What is this guy's like obsession with like telling people to stop doing stuff? Like, and that's the irony. He's saying, I'm not selling my shares. The media keeps telling me I should sell my shares. I'm not selling them. Okay, good. And then this other influencer keeps saying blah 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 blah. Don't say that. Don't say that. Anybody else see the irony? You want them to listen to you, but you don't listen to anybody else. I mean, what a fucking fool. What a motherfucking fool. He's going to be back to selling drugs soon. Let's be honest.
Either A, you a ship.
Probably never stopped.
Or B, you working for somebody. Somebody out here paying you to finesse viewers into getting off of a stock that everybody's piling on. So, I don't know, man. It's on you, bro. Like I said, all y'all motherfuckers on the tube, man, all y'all, listen. We got motherfuckers trying to tell us what to do with our money. Like, all you motherfuckers trying to tell us what to do. Like, this whole time. Go do this. Go do that. Go do this. Go do that. Go do this. Go do that. Damn, man. You motherfuckers is desperate. And see, this is why, like I said, we know one of y'all, at least one of y'all for sure, is paid by someone. I can't prove you got money from them, but I can tell just from the conversation. Look, like I said, cats be saying they from the street. Bruh, I'm really from the street. Just like other YouTubers, that's really from the street. That's listening and understand. Boy, I could spot a decoy from a mile away, boy.
This guy and CSI are more alike than either of them will ever realize. You know? Wow. I just felt like I was listening to the black CSI. But I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember this cavalier, narcissistic, arrogant attitude. When they're trying to tell us what to do with our money. Yeah, and if you had listened to that last year, you would have made a profit. You could have reinvested that in something else and have a lot more money now. But no, you chose to keep something alive, that should have been euthanized, basically. And now you're like, well, why isn't my dog the same? Well, it's because, literally everything's broken. Anyway.
Ain't nothing you could do, nothing you could say, nothing you could tell me, nothing. They want y'all to get off this play, retail. Retail, they want you off of this play. Never forget that.
And this guy wants you to stay in it. Why? I mean, assuming he actually does have a stake in it. I mean, yeah, you got blatant pump and dump right here, right in front of our very eyes. And this guy is so fucking ignorant. He is so fucking ignorant that he doesn't see it. He's literally contradicting himself left and right. This guy debunks himself. This guy absolutely does debunk himself. Wow. Telling other people not to do this. Implication being everybody should do the other thing. I mean, how? What? This guy, his videos should be fucking animated. He should find one of those programs that turns you into animation so it looks like a cartoon. That would be very appropriate here. I mean, maybe I'll do it and re-upload it. Phil, for real, I am this dumb, cartoon edition. I mean, at least then it would be like, oh, yeah, see, nobody's this stupid, really. It's a cartoon. It'd be, but no, it's not a cartoon. It's a real fucking human being saying this shit, being this ignorant in front of the world. I mean, amazing.
I'm not forwarding to them. Them motherfuckers don't pay my bills. They don't pay your bills.
Well, we won't get all the way to the end. Don't worry.
Some people are going to make this about money. Oh, I need money. I need money. I need money. I need to make money. This is a money play. If you're not making no money, then you ain't making this. You ain't doing that. Well, motherfucker, I'm still making money. I'm still doing me. I'm still being conservative with my money. What about you? What about you? You got your money in a play. Am I telling you what to do with your shit? No, I don't give a fuck what you do with your money. But you give a fuck about what I do about mine. And AMC. Yeah. Oh, you want us to back away. You don't want to pay us. And see, here's the thing. When this shit over with, not only the movie coming out, but we coming to all the networks. Oh, we coming to all the networks, and we finna shit on all y'all. Especially that puss-ass motherfucker that called us dogs with fleas. Oh, we coming to your doorstep, bitch. Yeah. We coming to your doorstep. Best believe that. Oh, you think we won't? Oh, we got bond money, boy. You can't just say, oh, no, I'm so sorry. Nah, fuck that. Get your ass popped. Yeah. Yeah, we ain't from up top, but down here, boy, we handle things a little different, boy. Yeah. Anyway.
What a fucking ignorant piece of trash. I'm not watching any more of this because this is too ignorant. Sorry. That's terrible. I mean, that's just no. He does belong in jail.
When this thing runs,
I mean, and well, anyway, I'll keep my mouth shut.
it's going to run like expeditiously. They have a facility. They have no debt.
Oh boy.
They own another mining company and they own an oil field. So I mean, they're just making money to field and full the
CGRA.
They're conglomerate.
Wasn't he pumping this one before? Wow. What a fucking loser. No, it's not that. It's not CGRA. It is CGRA, right? What? Oh yeah, the OTC one. Oh wow, look, they finally managed to get it up 2 cents. Oh boy. Oh man, this thing's gonna run. Oh fuck, it's gonna be 4 cents by the end of the week. Ah!
Hycroft is over 80. Hycroft is over 80 cents. So I think Hycroft is doing.
Oh wow.
And I'm hoping
Hycroft's over 80 cents too.
You know,
you guys are gonna be rich.
XRP, disappointing to see at 35. I'm gonna have to get some more.
Yeah, fuck Phil.
Mullen. I like Mullen. I love Archer, but that could take a while. That could be like 2-3 years. You never know.
2-3.
I'd really like to get it down here in the twos, Kyle.
Yeah.
You know, I really want to
Yeah.
get that when that thing takes off.
Oh, I think it's awesome. I definitely want to get in on it.
And everything I own, I have to trace back to the SEC. I'm really sick of it. Everything I'm invested in, the SEC is trying to fuck with, and I'm really tired of it.
What?
Randy
Wow.
Strong has a very interesting question. They just disappear after a while. They just poof.
Yeah, Randy. The prime banks are going to want their money eventually. So that's what we're all here for. We may not know it. We're all, here for different reasons. We all articulate it differently, but Citadel's 60 billion in securities not purchased. It's is what we're all here for.
Wow. Well, that's actually. See, this is the problem with not knowing what the fuck you're talking about at all. I forgot all about this, but I'm glad that he mentioned that. They like to say, Citadel is going bankrupt. Citadel is in trouble. Citadel is going to be liquidated because they see a line on Citadel's earnings statement entitled Securities Sold, Not Yet Purchased. And they assume, this is where the apes get in trouble. They make these assumptions and they do no research to confirm or disconfirm the assumption. They don't. Nobody ever did on this. And wouldn't you know, that is the generally accepted accounting practice, or GAAP. That is the generally accepted accounting practice form of reporting shorts. So it's reported as a negative because they have to know ultimately, the price that they sold it for may not be the same as the price that they bought it for when they bought it. But they did buy it because there's a line. There's a line up in the other section That's pretty much the same huge big number. And so the ape's assumption was, oh yeah, not yet purchased, meaning they never purchased them ever. They still haven't purchased them. But that's not what that means. It's not what that line indicates. And you'll see that line on all the banks, all the market makers, they all have that line. Securities sold, not yet purchased. That means they sold them before they purchased them. That's literally what it means, and that's literally how they operate. It doesn't mean that they never bought it. It just means that when they sold it, they were selling it. It had to be booked as a loss, a negative, a debit, because at the time when they sold it, they didn't have it on their books. That's all it means. But, did they ever look into that? No. They just sit there and have this retarded attitude, like they know what every line on a fucking financial statement means. Oh, it must mean this, it must mean that. When in reality, none of them have ever seen securities sold, not yet purchased. They've never seen that line before. They've never seen those words put together before until this. So you're telling me the first time that they encountered it, they knew what it meant. And miraculously, amazingly, by the grace of God, it also supports their narrative. They're going to be so fucking rich. I mean, what a bunch of fucking idiots. Who would do that? Who would fucking do that? I'll tell you who wouldn't do that. Anybody who's successful. They didn't get successful by making a dumbass assumption, never questioning it, being wrong about it, and rinsing and repeating. That nobody did that and got rich. I mean, of course, there probably is somebody who did, but the odds are not in one's favor if they make assumptions, fail to even attempt to validate it, and then continue operating off the same faulty assumption. I mean, I can't be the only one who sees this. I know I'm not, but god damn. God fucking damn it. This whole crew here, Al, Frank, and whoever the fuck else is in their little club, these guys will slither off. You'll never hear from them again. I mean, Al's already starting to talk about other stocks. What does that mean? I thought he was 125 million% committed to AMC with his trust, integrity, and perseverance, or whatever the fuck bullshit. Whatever he thinks that somebody who is in the Marines in the United States would say. He has no clue. But whatever he thinks that a military veteran would say, right? He's a fake piece of shit. He is a fake piece of shit who knows nothing about finance or the law or anything, really. He is a dumb terminal. I mean, can't convince me to Diamond Hand me or Diamond Hand Apes to sell. Again, not everybody, nobody cares. Nobody wants anybody to sell. Fed minutes Wednesday should be positive catalyst. Oh, here's Donahue George. Here's some more. Okay, all right. Wyckoff, another zombie company. Yep. They don't even have the facility. They don't even have the facility to refine the metals that everybody is so fucking happy or giddy about that they said that they have in the ground. They don't even have the processing facility. It doesn't exist. They don't have it. They can't do it. So yeah, it's a zombie company. It's it's total bullshit. I mean, it's a one step on the fucking step ladder higher than GTII. Scarcity of silver, and maybe in Wyckoff's favor. True, but when you factor in the cost of building the facility to refine the shit, actually get it out, I don't know. All I know is, yes, there's gold and silver in them thar hills, but they literally can't do anything with it until they spend like a lot of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars probably. So, and all of the um, people who buy, food and rations, and they have, emergency blankets in a bunker with a weather radio in their basement, like preppers. They're probably all starting to buy silver and gold, I think. Like, I mean, Al's talked about it. He gets his silver from whoever. That may, contribute to what Chris is saying. He's a lying grifter that came back for no reason other than to mislead people. Who are we talking about here? Lou, or I forget. I honestly forget who the last person we even looked at was.
It's not financial advice. It's not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only, and everything.
Not legal advice.
Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe on all YouTube.
So in other words, this video is irrelevant. You're not saying anything. We shouldn't use it for anything.
Put them on, see them things here, analyze that data. Listen.
Listen.
We got a big catalyst next week, and I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be good for the market. You got the Fed minutes. They're gonna be released on Wednesday at around, I think, 2 p.m. And they're already expecting the minutes to be very hawkish. So the bond and currency markets are kind of like I guess filtering that into their pricing. So they're preparing for hawkish results from these Fed minutes that'll be released on Wednesday. But I think it's gonna have a positive effect on AMC. I think it's gonna push AMC and ape to the moon. But also, like I told you in the previous video, we got a T+90 on Tuesday. So let's see what happens then. And then once we have the minutes released on Wednesday, that should be another catalyst that hopefully will push AMC and the other mem stocks up. But what they're thinking is they're assuming that the interest rate's going to be about 5%, and they're even predicting might go up as high as 5.25%. But here's the thing. If it comes out hawkish, if they still believe that inflation, and hawkish means they believe that inflation is going to still keep going up. And if it was dovish, that means they expect the inflation to be going down, to be on a decline. But if they're expecting hawkish, that means they believe that the inflation is going to still keep going up. And if it does, if the minutes are hawkish.
Well, the minute, of course, they're going to be fucking hawkish. I mean, why is this an if? And no, that doesn't mean that inflation is going to keep going up. It means that inflation is not going down. There's a difference. And I mean, you can't fault this idiot for not knowing that. Literally everybody, except for our group, seemingly. Oh, the CPI number was better than it shows inflation's cooling. No, it was higher. It was higher by a smaller amount. It was higher. It was less high than the market thought, wasn't as high as they thought it was going to be, but it was still higher. Okay. So it's not that inflation is going to keep going up necessarily. It might. It's that it's not going down. And anytime anybody even mentions the Fed pivoting, it's the power of the market right here. It's telepathic. Anytime anybody mentions it, even, and puts it out into the universe as a thought, that has the opposite effect of what they want. That's going to make it that much more painful because it just entrenches the idea. The Fed can't do this. There's no way they can do. They're not going to do. They won't. They're not. They don't want to cause a recession. Yes, they do. They would rather have a recession, and quite frankly, everybody could be on the same page about this, as far as I'm concerned. We're not seeing signs of anything changing in any meaningful way. We're not seeing it in the inflation data yet. We're not seeing it in the jobs data yet. We're not, maybe you're seeing it in the housing market, but in general, you're not really seeing it. Takes a while. Yeah, I know. One of the other problems is balance sheet is not that much lower. So you still got way too much money supply inflation. And that's really what caused inflation. It's not supply side. It's not, it's not because of the war. It's not because of COVID. It's because of all of the extra money that was added to the system. It's basic law of supply and demand. Cause of inflation is a monetary base increase. Anyway, I'm not going to get too Milton Friedman on your ass here, but T90 is this week. Yeah, he mentioned that, right? I'm not so sure it is, though. I mean, first of all, they don't even know if it's trading days or calendar days or market days or business days. So right there's three different possibilities. Now, I don't know which one is Tuesday. I don't care because it doesn't matter. But yeah, okay. It's we'll just say it's Tuesday. I don't feel like looking.
We are gonna see another rate hike in December, and that rate
No
hike,
shit.
people are saying 5 basis point, but I believe it's gonna be 0.75 basis point one more time because they are trying to keep inflation down, and they want to keep the dollar strong. But anyway, I believe when the Fed minutes come out on Wednesday, I believe it'll be hawkish. I believe it's going to take into account that inflation is still going to be rising. And I believe it's going to have a positive impact on AMC, GME, and all the other mem stocks. Anyway, leave some comments. Let me know what you think about the Fed minutes coming out.
Why, though?
And how it's going to affect the market. Anyway, have a great day.
What happened the last time? I mean, we could look at a historical example. When was the last meeting? I don't know. God. Why aren't these guys why don't these guys do this shit? All right. So November 1st and 2nd. Well, so okay, it's Wednesday. Well, this one, and let's get the pretty sure that was a I don't know. Doesn't even matter. I don't care. I'm not going to even worry. I'm not going to even bother. We know that they raised the rate. And I think it was 75. Everything's been 75 recently. So there's 75 and AMC went down. All right. Good. Good job. September 21st. There it is right here. So that was also an increase and it went down a little bit and then the next day it went down a lot. So also good job there. Boy, he's 0 for 2 here. July 27th. Surely this one. Oh, well, that was the beginning of this rally here, but that was a market wide, right? Oh, yeah, of course it was. So that has nothing to do with AMC. Everything to do with short covering across the market broadly. And honestly, it's following the market in September and November as well. So I feel pretty confident saying he's wrong about that. Anyway, even just from a correlation standpoint, AMC is positively correlated with the SPY. So whichever way the SPY goes, AMC is likely to go. He said that the minutes were going to be hawkish. That would imply, I would imagine he thinks, based on his language, that would put downward pressure on the market. AMC is positively correlated with the market, so AMC also would go down. So it doesn't even make sense in terms of his own logic. He debunked himself again. Fantastic. God. So what is the fucking what is the what? What? It's ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. God damn it. Is there anything that's not fucking completely retarded? Or is it all, I mean, it all is, I know. Here's Ape Father, maybe. Maybe he can save me from this fucking death spiral. Oh my God.
Look, no matter what this rat weasel, John Wick Snippin, aka Ryan, is going to tell you, okay? My main concern has always been, okay, that people have been coming to my house, midnight knocking on the door, DoorDash,
Now that's
Chinese
bullshit.
food, pizzeria delivery, crazy shit. And it's been scaring my mom who has a heart condition. Okay, that's been my main concern. I never cared about copyright infringement in the past. I never did. Hundreds of YouTubers have been using my material. It's just that this piece of garbage, John Wick Snippin, who may be involved. I really believe he's been sending me so much hate comments. Him and what's his name, No Limit Soldier, they're like kind of working together. Now I'm going to say it's alleged. I can't prove that he's involved in this DoorDash, midnight psychopath who knocked on my door. I can't say it. I have to say it's alleged. But I provided his home address, his full name, his phone number to the police. Let the police deal with Ryan. Okay, John Wick Snippin. Let the police deal with him. He's got a whole family of lawyers, so he's all right. He's got nothing to worry about. They work pro bono, like he says. Okay, so
he lives in Florida.
Copyright
Ape Father lives in New York.
He called me at a time where I'm very angry.
You really think they're going to do shit?
With how people have been treating my mother and my children, constantly sending people to my house, ringing the bell, knocking on my door all day and all night long. It's complete harassment. It's been getting me very angry. Not because of me. I don't like to see my mother get upset. I don't like to see my children get upset. And I don't like to see my wife get upset. That's all it was with this John Wick Snippet thing. But I'm looking at the bigger picture with this piece of garbage, okay? I think there's a possibility that he's involved, John Wick Snippet and No Limit Soldier, in this whole DoorDash thing, sending people to my house and all these pranks. I think the two of them are involved. That's why I gave the information. I gave his home address, his phone number to the police. Let them investigate. Now, I will say it's alleged. I can't prove it. I don't know for a fact. But what made me feel he was a suspect was the way he was talking. He was like, Ape Father doesn't make the rules. If you want to talk about his family, you go ahead. Meaning like he's giving his permission, he's giving the green light to harass my family. That's the way I took it, which includes my wife, my mother, and my children. So that made him a suspect to me. Okay? But again, I'll say it's alleged because I can't prove it. So with that said, I'm going to the movies. The video is not financial or legal advice. I'm not a financial planner or an attorney. I am an entertainer. This video is for entertainment purposes only.
Okay. Well, two fucking bitches fighting. How dumb. I listen to John Wick sniping his white noise while I trade. He's baby crying for attention. Yeah. Yep. Very much an entitled piece of shit. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yep, sure seems like it. Sure seems like it. Well, let's go back to the futures and then I'm getting out of here, I think. So we got us got a little bit of a downtrend happening, I guess, in stocks, energy, gas, VIX uptrending a little bit. Bonds have sort of started to go sideways here. Sorry, notes, 10-year notes, and the dollar rallied up to 107.28. Well, anyway, at least it looks like everything's behaving as it should. Correlations are not out of whack, and whatever. But I don't know. I don't really care because it doesn't matter. All what best thing to do is have some areas of interest that um, you know meaningful levels, whatever the fuck you want to call them, lines, okay, on the chart, and expected option volatility based expected move, which these should be in blue. I know I changed that color. I don't know why it's, or no, I guess, no. Wow, it's getting late. I changed it to yellow because, or gold, or whatever this color is. It was blue. It was hard to see. Yeah, definitely time to go. Have some goalposts and some yard lines in between, so to speak. And that's not a bad way to look at it. For if it does go up or if it does go down or whatever, then remember the staircase and landings. Which landing are we going to stop at before we either go back upstairs or continue downstairs? So that's the idea here. Because who knows what direction anything is going to fucking go. And it could go in this direction and then, immediately reverse or what have you. Like this on the SPY literally went up to this line and it's like, nope, 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 nope. If we go that high, Papa Jerome will be pissed. Oh, we better sell. It's all algorithmic. It's all, computerized. It's all bullshit. Well, it is. But anyway, but these are the numbers. These are the prices. So, da 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 da. But as far as AMC goes, not gonna lie, it's getting a little tough. It's getting a little tough. I only scalp the MES, and ES swing stocks. I wish I had to account for futures. I don't have the capital required, but it's probably for the best at this point. I don't need another way to lose money. Crickets taste like chicken. You heard it here first. Well, I'll tell you what. You know what else tastes like chicken? They said Tyrannosaurus Rex. Well, at least they analyzed some, I guess, matter, something, protein, and it came back just like nearly identical to the protein makeup content of chicken meat. So yeah, T-Rex tasted like chicken. That's what they say anyway. Price prediction. Fucking price prediction. Push up tomorrow. Every fucking day, Jay. Every J. We're gonna go out with a bang here on some video. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. They are really, yeah. It's not that. I wasn't necessarily saying it, so it was weird. Oh my God, can you believe this? Tickets on sale for Avatar 2 Monday. Projections almost double first film. Okay. Who in the fuck is this one? Be invested. Disney to buy AMC. Where the fuck do these rumors come from? It's so stupid. Cost to borrow. Doesn't fucking matter. Citadel collapsed will cause short squeeze for AMC stock. God damn it. Oh my God. AMC soon hits $189 per share. This is how. All right, this is where we're going out on this. Can't change my mind. I'm not selling my shares. You can't make me do it.
Welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. Today I'm talking to you about AMC stock. It's going to be a fun video. So please hit like, hit subscribe, add notifications. Share this video with a friend. Share this.
Yeah, I think you need at least 2 on TDA.
Community grow. So today I'm going to be comparing Overstock.com short squeeze.
Oh God.
AMC short squeeze that's getting very close. So it's a T plus 90. So what that is, Overstock.com had a squeeze 90 days after its special dividend because according to FINRA data,
and what logo is that? St. Louis? I don't know. I have no idea what logo that is.
Short synthetic shares had to be covered, and they did cover.
Sorry, go back.
Squeeze 90 days after its special dividend because according to FINRA data, the short synthetic shares had to be covered, and they did cover, and it really...
Nothing in FINRA says anything about synthetic shares having to be covered. You need a source for that. Where's the link?
Creating a very strong short squeeze. So I'm going to be comparing that to the one AMC is about to have. But I want to say the AMC MOAS is totally different than a short squeeze. So the mother of all short squeeze is going to happen for AMC. It's going to be the largest squeeze in the history of our economy.
Yeah, you better hope it is. You need it to be. Otherwise, that would make you wrong. Be prepared.
Prior to that, I do believe there will be a short squeeze for AMC because we haven't had one yet. When AMC ran up to $70 in that range, that wasn't a short squeeze. That was just buying pressure. So
what do you think a short squeeze is?
We are going to have an actual short squeeze from AMC, and it's very close right now. We're probably a couple...
I wonder if his tune would change with a cease and desist letter. I might be calling my lawyer tomorrow.
Weeks away from the T plus 90, right in that range. But we're not going to know the exact date, but we know we're very close. Now, when we compare the Overstock.com squeeze, it was about a 25x. It ran up from about $5 to about $130 in about a 90-day trading day range. So that was quite an amazing short squeeze. But you have to keep in mind, when you do your research and your due diligence, you're going to find out that Overstock, the way it was being shorted was like such a tiny level compared to the way AMC is being shorted. And the synthetics of overstock was tiny compared to the synthetics of AMC. But those are other.
How do you know that? Show us the indicator that shows how many synthetics supposedly there are. Oh, no, you can't do that. It's just AMC's got way more synthetics. I mean, motherfucker. Fucking
Videos,
bullshit.
those are another time. I don't have time to get into all.
You don't have time to get into it. Oh, of course not. Of course not. Fuck you.
That, but I think most of y'all understand that. So, when you compare the two, we're looking at a 25x, right? So, let's say
you had a fucking 36x on AMC already. Okay, bruh, you had a 36x already on AMC. That's more than 25, in case I need to tell you that.
That happens with AMC, and we just do like a little tiny 25x short squeeze.
Little tiny 25x. Yeah, fuck you.
That because I was.
God damn it.
Too, and you can really compare the two companies, and that's a 25x. So if you take a look at the pricing,
yeah, you can compare the two companies. They both fucking suck. Nobody cares about either one. Their best days are behind them. How about that?
See? Pulled it up here, 25x times $7.57 of AMC. That comes out to $189 per share.
I can't. I mean,
so we may see AMC
it's outrageous, Antoinette.
Per share, right around the.
It's fake. It's voter fraud, is what this is. It's akin to the, QAnon people, whatever. Whoever thinks that the election was stolen varies per year, but I mean it's pretty much been the same group this time. It's the people who legitimately cannot accept reality. They cannot accept reality. They cannot accept the fact that they fucked up. That hey, guess what? Listening to one news source that tells me what I want to hear is not always going to fucking lead me the right way. And that's exactly what this is. It's a bunch of fucking idiots who watch Fox News. Now, I'm not saying that they're all, Fox News viewers. I'm saying the way that some people only consume news media from one source, like people who watch Fox News exclusively, or I'll throw in the other one, MSNBC exclusively, although I don't know how many people. Anyway, just like that, these people get their quote unquote information from these fucking clowns who tell them, oh, the short squeeze is coming. Oh, a little 25x squeeze before the real. What the fuck? How in the fuck why would anybody put their fucking face on a video saying this nonsense? I mean, but it's an unwillingness to be fucking wrong. And when they are wrong, they're just going to disappear because they have no fucking spine, no backbone, no balls, no courage. It is the easy fucking way. This is the easy way out, basically. The easy way to grift, lie, say what people want to hear, make the fucking money, and when shit goes sideways or tits up, they'll be gone. Just like Trey. He couldn't even stick it out. He couldn't even stick it out. The guy who's basically more or less, started this movement in AMC. Really, really gave it the momentum to perpetuate it. Just converted shares of bacon to charcoal coin. That's cool. Don't use them to short AMC.
Plus 90 time. That would just be like a short squeeze, similar to what overstock.com had. So if you want to figure low and you want to be on the super low end, and we're not talking about the MOAS, we're just talking about a little bit of a short squeeze for AMC, you're going to see AMC price around $189. So however many shares you have, if you multiply that times $189, that is how much money you're going to have. So you may not have enough. So if you have 100 AMC shares times 100,
you may not have enough.
Is that enough money for you? You know, it's just something.
What a fucking idiot. How old is this fucking guy? Listen to what he's saying. Oh my God.
That's the prices we're looking at. And you may want to have a larger bag if you don't have a big enough bag of AMC. That's up.
Oh, you're going to have a big enough fucking bag. You are going to have a big enough bag.
But I'm going to post this chart here on this video of the overstock timeline and what happened and how it squeezes. So I hope you enjoy this little breakdown for you on this upload here of the overstock.com.
3, 2, 1.
Now, it's important to keep in mind that this is definitely going to be a much smaller scale than what's happening with AMC.
Smaller, larger,
that's important to remember is Q4. So we also have Q4 coming up for AMC.
Oh, yeah. Q4. How are those box office numbers doing? We'll look in a minute.
It's going to be the best, strongest earnings report of 2022.
Well, let's assume for a second that that's not the case. What then? Oh, well, we cannot entertain that possibility,
Adam
can
Aaron
we?
has said this, and we all know this.
He said it, and we all know it? Wow, this guy is a child.
2022. Adam Aaron has said this, and we all know this, and Q4 is absolutely loaded with blockbuster movies, including Avatar 2. So
God, he's so smug. Look at his fucking attitude. Oh my God, look at his attitude.
Q4 is absolutely loaded with blockbuster movies, including Avatar.
Including, what a fucking drama queen. Oh my God.
Get ready for that. So this is going to be great, friends.
Get ready for that. Yeah.
To hit like, hit subscribe.
I hate this guy. Oh my God.
Share this video on Twitter. Comment below.
This guy sucks.
How do you feel?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Remember, crickets taste like children. I mean, chicken. Wow, it's time to go to bed. Need to short squeeze something to go with that ego, is what I read. Wow. With the, you know what? This is your fucking brain on drugs right here. It's your brain on drugs. Not financial advice. 3-day work week. That's right. Yeah, 3-day work week. All right. But man, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Last week I had a 3-day work week too, but it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I have to say, I prefer that one. I prefer that one. Markets close early Friday, 1 p.m. Yep. Yep. Wednesday is going to be the day, though. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the whole week. I am indiscriminate eater, like COVIDs. COVIDs. Trash panders. He sounds like a puppet. He acts like a puppet. He is a puppet. They're all puppets. They're all fucking puppets. And not good ones. Wall Street is a cesspool. We know. We know. What do you fucking know? What do you think you know? Frank, Uncle Frank. God, and I didn't say this before we were listening to Al's stupid live stream for a minute, but that live stream was less entertaining than watching fucking paint dry. I mean, the amount of dead air, like it's like nobody has anything to say. They don't even know. They don't even know what to say. Low volume this week on all stocks, probably, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to have the volatility. In fact, it could mean more volatility. So volume will be low, but we'll see what happens. Lot of interesting things happening this week. I'll leave this on here as I wait a minute. I like how you delete comments that don't fit your bullshit narrative. Knowing this now explains why you only have 3 comments. Again, you're an idiot. Ronnie Smith. Channel doesn't have any content. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. In fact, I don't delete comments that don't fit my bullshit narrative. Bullshit narrative. Sad little man. Sad little man. Oh yeah. You may be entitled to recoup damages from Ape Father for giving false price expectations. Exogenous first. Chris. Man. Sad little man. What's your goal, dipshit? If we're wrong, please tell me why you give a shit. Move along. Move along. We don't want to hear anything that doesn't confirm what we already believe because we're apes. We don't have critical thinking skills. We relinquished our humanity and joined a cult. Yes. All right. That's enough of this bullshit.
Another blunt, man.
But I do appreciate you guys being here, checking out the futures and the bullshit. State of the grift. State of the grift is bullshit. All right. Have a good one. Hit the like button. Catch you guys later. We'll see if something interesting happens tomorrow. We'll be live. Otherwise, probably Wednesday. Until then, ciao.